14-year-old freshman Colt Gray opened fire, killing 4 and injuring 9 others.
It was like 10 shots, about a 3-second or 4-second pause, and then like 7 more.
According to investigators, Gray carried an AR-15 style rifle onto a school bus that morning, the barrel sticking out of his backpack wrapped in poster board. 4 people would lose their lives that day, 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelou, 53-year-old math teacher Christina Arimi, and 39-year-old football coach Richard Ricky Aspinwall. Colt Gray has been indicted on 55 felony counts, including 25 counts of aggravated assault. He is not the only one facing charges in this tragedy. Colt's father, Colin Gray, faces charges of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say Colin admitted to buying the rifle that his son used in the mass shooting and did so knowing that the teen was a danger to himself and others. Deputies interviewed the Grays about a year before the shooting, based on FBI tips about alleged threats posted on the online platform Discord.
I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible.
His father, Colin, has been granted a change of venue in his case. If he's found guilty of murder, he could face up to 180 years in prison.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Good morning. All right, is your investigator here? Yeah, John.
Yeah, see. So back there, Smith, I think when we left off, you reckon we proceed on? You reckon we proceed?
Yes.
When we left off yesterday, I think you had left the Jenny's interview at the treehouse and
Yes, sir.
invited Mr. Colin Gray to your office for an interview.
That's correct.
Okay. How did this interview begin? What kind of questions were you talking about at the beginning?
At the beginning, they do like a rapport building phase. They just kind of walk through. Are you talking about the forensic interview?
No, we're moved on. We're at your office and you're interviewing Colin Gray. How did you start your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir. We kind of do a rapport building phase, like I mentioned before, just kind of discussing some background information. In this case, Mr. Gray talked about his family.
Okay. Did you talk about kind of the history of the family and the moving around and that sort of stuff?
He did. He mentioned that they had moved around a lot from beginning in Statham to Fitzgerald. They moved to Jackson County and then ultimately came back to Barrow County.
Okay. Did he talk about his and Colt's relationship with guns?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about that?
He mentioned that that was a way for him and Colt to bond, that he did not like Colt playing video games and being alone so much. So that was something that he did with his father, so he wanted to do with Colt.
Okay. And you talk about kind of the history of the specific guns with him and Colt. Tell me about that.
So he mentioned that he first purchased Colt a Bushmaster rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they had gone hunting, if I'm recalling this correctly, in his 7th grade year to around 2022 was his first hunt. And then he talked about that rifle specifically jamming on Colt, and then it kind of scared him. So ultimately, Colin returns that firearm to Mike's gun room, and then purchases another firearm, which is the firearm that was used in the shooting.
Did he say what time period he purchased that second firearm?
The second firearm was purchased for a Christmas present, Christmas of 2023.
Okay. Did he say after Christmas where the gun was kept?
He did. He said that the gun was kept in his closet. And when I say his closet, I mean Colin Gray's closet. And that was in a bedroom that he shared with his juvenile son, Coley. And he mentioned that the guns were kept in the closet on the top shelf. The ammunition was also kept in there as well.
Okay. And did he keep that narrative throughout?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he change where the gun, Colt's gun specifically, was kept?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned on 2 separate occasions that Colt had actually gone into his bedroom and that Colt had retrieved the firearm from Colin's bedroom and taken it into his room to clean or mess with, take it apart or put some new attachment on it. He said this occurred on at least 2 separate occasions.
Okay.
And then ultimately towards the end of the interview, Colin admitted that Colt was allowed sometimes to keep the rifle in his room leaned up in the corner.
Okay. Did he talk throughout this interview about Colt's tendency towards physical violence?
He did.
Tell us what he said about that.
He mentioned that specifically over the past couple of months, that Colt's whole demeanor had changed, his whole attitude had changed, that he had become more aggressive, that they had gotten into multiple physical altercations, that Colt on one occasion had bull rushed him, that Colt had struck him with his fists in Colin's face. He said that he talked about them wrestling to the ground, talked about a screwdriver being thrown against him. He also
The screwdriver incident, who's throwing to who?
I apologize. That would be Colt Gray throwing the screwdriver at Colin Gray.
Okay.
And then he also mentioned that Colt had done some property damage to the house, that he had punched holes in either the walls or doors in the house.
Okay. Did he talk about his daughter Jenny and his son Colt's interactions?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned that there was at least one I'm recalling right now is they had gotten into an argument and Jenny had run from him.
And who's him?
Had run from Colt. I apologize.
Okay.
She was kind of scared. I guess there was an altercation going on between Colt and Colin, or Colt and Jenny ultimately ran away and kind of barricaded herself in her bedroom.
Okay. And did he talk about Colt's emotional and mental health problems?
He did.
What did he say about that?
He mentioned that Colt suffered from anxiety and depression, and then he mentioned this aggression that he had.
Okay. Did he talk about Colt, what kind of treatment he thought Colt needed for this?
He mentioned that he had applied for mental health treatment for Colt through the school.
Did he talk about Colt needing anything more aggressive than just counseling?
He did talk about that, but that was a conversation that he had specifically had with his wife, Marcy.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
Colin told me that Marcy had mentioned that she thought that Colt needed inpatient in-house therapy.
Okay. And did he agree with Marcy on that?
He did not.
Okay. And those pictures you took of Colt's arm, did you show those to him?
I did. About 2 hours into the interview, Colin did not mention anything about Colt self-harming. He did mention that Colt had depression, but didn't mention anything about Colt self-harming. So I showed Colin a picture of Colt's arm, and he did say that he knew about that and that Colt had self-harmed while depressed in Fitzgerald, Georgia. And then after Colt cut himself, he had taken the knife from Colt.
Did he talk about an incident where Marcy and Colt got into a physical altercation over the gun?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I believe it was approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to, if I'm recalling that correctly. There was a incident where Marcy had confronted Colt in part about the firearms and mentioned getting the firearms out of the home. And during that incident, Colt had pushed Marcy to the ground.
Okay. And did he know about this?
He did.
Okay. Did he say anything about after that incident, whether Marcy asked him to do anything with the guns?
He did. He said that Marcy asked him to put the guns up.
Okay. And did he ever do that?
He says that he put them in his closet.
Okay. And did he ever talk about any sort of locks or anything on his closet?
No, sir. He said there were no locks.
Okay. And did you discuss the pictures of the school shooter on Colt's wall?
We did.
Were you aware of those at the time that you were interviewing him? That
Yes,
you
sir.
Discovered. Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that he did not know who that was.
Okay. Did he say anything about asking Colt who it was?
I recall Colin telling me that he believed that that was a guy from Green Day.
Okay.
But he did not say that Colt told him anything about a school shooter.
Did he deny that Colt told him that I was a school shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, had you talked to Kelsey Ward about her interview with the defendant the previous day?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And is what he telling you different from what he told her?
Yes, sir.
About that? What specifically was different?
Specifically on where Colin initially said that the firearm was located. Colin, according to my conversation with Special Agent Ward, initially told her that it was allowed to be kept in his bedroom. Here, there was a very, very different kind of 3 separate places that it was kept. That was different, as well as him having knowledge about who was in the kind of pictures that were up on Colt's wall. Special Agent Ward told me that Colin told her that 3 days before the shooting that he was told who that was. And
he denied that to you?
He did.
Okay. Did he admit that him and Colt, or that Colt talked about school shooters to him?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that Colt had a very analytical mind, that he noticed very small details. He talked about him looking into researching school shooters or different trials that were going on.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, had you seen anything on Colt's phone?
No, sir.
Okay. What happened at the end of the interview?
At the end of the interview, I did confront Colin about the inconsistencies in his statement, and ultimately I placed Colin under arrest.
Okay. Have you had a chance to watch the video of your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it accurately reflect the interview and the totality that you had with him?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, this time I tender State Exhibit number 185. It actually, I think because of email purposes, it came to us in 3 separate parts. So it's going to be 185.1, 185.2, and 185.3, but it is one video.
No objection.
185. There's
And Your Honor, just for the court and the records, it starts with them going in the room, a quick introduction, and then Mr. Smith, Investigator Smith, leaves the room. So we're going to cut through that. That is going to be, leaves the room at 0040, comes back 10 minutes later at 11:00. So we'll cut through when he's not in the room because nothing's happening.
I assume no objection.
No objection. No, sir.
And that's in State Exhibit 185.1. And then, Your Honor, in 185.3, towards the end of the interview, Investigator Smith steps out again at 39:30 and is gone for about 5 minutes to 45:30, so 6 minutes. So we'll cut that part out because it's just Mr. Gray sitting in the room by himself. And then it ends at 53:35 when they walk out. So that's just for the record.
And in total, you said you have to wait 2.5 hours?
Yes, Your Honor. The first one's going to be, when you take the stuff out, it's 41 minutes. Part 2 is 67 minutes, and Part 3 is 47 minutes.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna let you sit next door for a second. I'm gonna go grab my notes, I'll be right back with you, okay? You need anything? No, so I'm good to go. Okay. I will be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna lock the door and it'll shut. It's all good. Okay. I apologize for that. I have not gone to the bathroom, all day. Yeah. All good. So I promise I'll wash my hands. It's all good. I'll introduce myself again. My name is Investigator James Smith. I'm with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. Yeah. And you're Mr. Colin Gray, correct? Okay. Sorry, we're meeting like this. No, yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. And I'm going to apologize beforehand because I'm going to get 1,000 text messages and emails, and I'm trying to keep them, turn all them off right now. So I've heard a little bit. I understand that you were talking to law enforcement. I heard a little bit about kind of your statements to them. I'm just going to go ahead and explain my involvement. Yesterday, we were here at the office. We got a call. Sure. Go out to the high school, and while at the high school, after everything was secure, and you know, the medics had assisted with life-saving measures and everything like that, I conducted an interview with your son. Okay, and he did, you know, we respected his rights. He was read Miranda, you know, he's great. Yeah, he was very respectful. Yes, sir. No, sir. And he basically explained to us what he did. I mean, he explained to us exactly what we observed on cameras. Okay. Well, let me have it. What the hell did he say? Like, what happened? Okay. So, and I'll get into that, answer as many of your questions as possible. But in order for me to kind of help better articulate that to you, it's kind of like when we work a case like this, it's kind of like putting together a puzzle. Yeah. And right now, I don't have very good view of what's going on. Yes. So I understand he's been solely living with you for the past couple of years, give or take. And while we're talking, is it okay if I take some notes? Yeah, I'm doing that. Okay, good. Because my memory, while it's okay some days, Colin, you spell your name C-O-L-I-N? Yes. Okay. You have a middle name? No middle name. No middle name. Colt doesn't have a middle name either. Yeah. Colin Jr., my little one, is 8. He don't have a middle name either. This goes back to my dad's side of the family. Just no middle name. All the boys, all the way back to the Mayflower. CG. Wow. I was married when I was young, like. I was wondering why everybody had that CG, like. Yeah, so I was married when you're about to be 20 or whatever, you know everything, and moved out, got married, had 2 older daughters, Brittany and Brooke, and. You said Brittany and Brooke? Brittany and Brooke. Okay. Yeah, and, where do they live? They live over in Woodstock with their mom. Okay. How old are they? They're 26 and 25. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Who's 26? The older one is Brittany. Okay. Brooke is the younger one. Well, why don't they have, CG in their names? Is it boys that? That was just girls. Yeah, so I told my dad, I said, it ended with me, Pops. I'm like, I'm really sorry, I have a lot of history. He laughed. I'm like, I said, something funny? Mm-hmm. He was like, he'll be married again, boy. I'm like, well, man, you lost your mind. I said, child support. I'm like, do you want me to go through this? And then you got married again? Yeah. Got married, you never said that? That's exactly what he said. And I'm like, I'm telling you,
I can tell you where I was standing when I was wearing it.
Right.
Yeah. And he was right. So got married.
Oh, people usually are.
Yeah. When I get to the other side, I'm sure she's got a lot to say to me.
Oh, yeah.
We found out she was having a baby. I'm like,
Who's name, baby?
she would be ex-wife.
Oh.
Colt.
Is it baby?
Colt.
Oh, okay.
And I said, oh my God. I said, the first word sure is mine. Just break the ice.
Mhm.
Second was like, God, that was a boy.
Uh,
She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no pressure. I said, I just said it's a boy. She's like, no, tell me something. It was back. She's like,
uh,
I didn't find out until later. She was like, I felt so much pressure to make a boy.
yeah.
But, they're all born, second marriage and that.
I mean, on her, that's when you make the boys and
I
girls.
know, and I just remember when I went in there, I'm like, where's my wife at?
Yeah.
She asked me to get water, so I got things in her back. She went in there and told me, God, turn on, need to know. I prepared myself, and it was a boy.
Was it?
And after it's all said and done,
Yeah.
right, I walk in, I'm like, well, thanks for waiting. And you've got these little egg over the belly, and like,
Yeah.
are you ready? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay. You know what that is? And I'm like, out the door, down the hallway, in the park. I call my dad, he was just dementia, colon cancer, wasn't taking him over yet, but you could see right on the wall. So I was like, hang on, I'm trying to give him a carrot. Like, we'll push through this together because you're my grandson. Wow! He was just so happy. You know, whole.
So you were only his only grandson?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gray Day was on with you. Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, let's get back to, which one's older, Brittany or Brooke?
Brittany.
Brittany's older. Brittany, is she a Gray?
She is a Gray.
She is a Gray. She already.
She may be divorced now, back to Gray. I'm not sure where all that stands yet.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
8/10/70.
8/10/70. And you have a telephone number?
I do. Y'all got my work number. This is recently.
I got your work number.
Y'all got my work phone.
Oh, they're doing it. See, again, that's why we're following you. I'm trying to put these stuff together.
I know the GBI locations there, just what we're doing right here, we'll do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I need to say, this is my work phone and my work laptop.
Well, I'm sure they're gonna get that back to you.
That's what she said, and I'm like, okay, but I still need to let my boss know.
Yeah.
Like,
Were you able to let your boss know?
I have a Gmail account.
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, hey, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
And like, his name's Kevin Price, he's out of Athens, like, he knows it.
What's that name sound?
Because he's in the area, he's good to go to church, going there, you know.
What does he own?
He owns, Kevin Price General Contracting, and then,
Okay.
as I'm getting to know him, he's tied to a ton of stuff in Athens.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. Kevin Price, General Contracting.
Yes,
How long have you been working there?
I started, April, May, so May, beginning of May.
Beginning of May. That's pretty recent.
Yeah.
What did you do before that?
I've done the same thing my whole career, as commercials, building superintendent. I'm in charge of building from dirt up high rises, hospitals, whatever.
You bring everybody together, make it happen.
They enter the drawings and figure things out.
Yeah. Your address, is that 896, Harrison Mill Road? Okay, I just want to make sure. I'll go ahead and write that down. Before I write it down, I want to make sure that, you know how I don't know if you ever played telephone games in school, where you start out telling one thing, and by the time it comes all the way back around, it's not even nothing.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons that I'm in here talking to you now.
Yeah.
How long you lived at Harrison Mill Road?
It was a year this past June, we signed a 2-year lease.
Okay, this house.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think about Barrow?
This is where they were all born.
Really?
You know, they're off of Beach Creek Road.
Oh, yeah.
All except for a little Colt.
Yeah, I know.
We moved from Beach Creek, we bought a farm in Salem, and that's really where we lived for the majority of our life.
Okay. How long did you live out at Beach Creek?
Oh, man, probably 10 years or so.
Okay.
8, 9, something like that. It was a long time.
Okay.
All the kids they started off with state elementary and Helping Hands used to be right there, so for us.
Yeah. Why was Helping Hands?
It was the daycare that was
Oh, okay.
like a pathway from the school to the daycare.
Oh, yeah.
It was really great for us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So, did you live at Beach Street before you moved to that land?
So yeah, we sold everything right about the start of COVID. I had a spine fusion, I had 2 back surgeries, and it ruptured a disc, slowed going down the job, working like that like it. I tried, it's just me. I said, well, I'll put the door on the hinges, you screw up 4 high doors. Like, okay, this is 07, and much younger than this. I grabbed that door, and I'm like, as soon as I picked up that door, it was like, sort of sounded like a knuckle popping in my back. I'm like, wasn't immediate. I set the door down, I'm like,
All right.
yeah, I sat down for a second, I'm like, damn. As soon as I was straight up, I'm like, wow, on the floor. Take the emergency room, couldn't talk. Couldn't nothing. Like, I've never felt anything like that. I've never been stitched up, never been in the hospital, like nothing.
So what they do for you?
Gave me a big old shot of morphine, I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll just take that.
Feel good.
That's straight morphine, I'm like, oh, perfect. So I can get that good. He was like, I'll show you a picture. But yeah, it's like, what is that? He goes, he said, I call it crap. He said, you have ruptured your disc and blown out everything on the inside and gone down your nerve channels and back your legs, and it's pretty hard.
So what, he said, use everything you got?
He said, I can fix it. I've done a bunch of them. They screwed the laminectomy. And I was 9 months good to go. Any damn thing happened again. I was on the table 10 months later. Stitched up everything, cut a piece of my vertebrae off, packed it behind the disc, keep it in place, and I was supposed to get it fixed. And it did for 5 or 6 years, right? And just pain, more and more pain. So I go see a specialist, get them run out. Here's all my medical stuff. Like, we need to do a quick MRI, like, no problem. Get the MRI. Like, oh, I'm like, well, that sounds good. He said, your disc is leaking fluid into your spinal cord, spinal canal. I'm like, I can't, like, have another surgery. Like, I can't do this and recover. It was a pain in the ass. Like, this is totally different. They go through the front instead of, I said, you go through the front of my belly, you go to my spine. I'm like, it kind of feels like you're going around the mountain there to get to the real problem.
Hey, man, they do some weird surgery.
Yeah, so I like anything, I verified who it was, like, oh, shit, this guy's like, he rewrote the book, he really did for this surgery, the fusion, and he's telling me I'm getting it. So he went through the front, and the bracket is on this side of my spine, not on my back. So
it's on this one.
yeah, so sore, like every kid, I can't like, oh, really, because it's hurting, I can't get to it.
How long think you recover from that?
A year, probably rusted back, because I can't.
You getting problems now?
The second MRI bracket's supposed to be in there, just like this, in there about 11 o'clock. And this screw is like just rubs against the nerves. Like the only thing.
How do you work?
Just work for a very, very long
At least they
time.
give you pain medication when that pops off and hits your nerves?
Correct. And I'm like, I don't really take any of that. I'm afraid. So you're gonna be able to speak here really fast. And I'm like, I'm good. I said, I have so many people I'm responsible for in the job. I don't like that shit. I said, I don't drink or nothing like that. I'm good. Try to tough it out. Advil. This is not, working. He's like, so we'll start you on some low-grade hydrocodone basically. I'm like, okay, never had it. What you do? So that was 08, and start taking that to be able to get to work and, handle everything. So as time went along,
Where were you working at?
I was working for a weekly construction out of Marietta. I was there for almost 10 years. And built a big railroad job downtown. It's just a big $100 million project. Golly. I just was bullshit with the CEO of the railroad, and I didn't know who that man was. Right. How much power he actually had. And we like hit it off, comes out there, he's like, hey, y'all gotta get it down from 120 million. He was like, I like the man. You're gonna do it for us, and he's got to run it all. I'm like, oh, that's great. But, so I had underestimated the effort and the time for it. It's 6-7 days a week for months. But it was me building my career, and this was my stable job. Yeah. I've been working my whole life to get there. So
Is that normal work week for you, or was it just that project?
yeah, that project. It was cameras and all that. So that led to, really just looking. COVID started. I had that second back surgery. Like I kept pushing it, going back early, more pain pills, like, didn't know it at the time. It's like, man, I'm taking these pain medications, it's not working. So I go to the doctor, I'm like, look, I ain't taking this stuff, and there's nothing happening. So, fast forward for, I don't know, a couple years, I guess, and as it has turned out, I don't know when she started, I just know that she started. And basically going in, taking my pain medics, and putting like, if you look at an E-blade Tylenol, you have to look. Yeah. I don't look, I just take them, because I didn't know that was going on. And like, kind of had an idea, started paying attention to what I was thinking, like the numbers were all different, so it was like, all right, so I just kind of set a trap in the kitchen to see who or what was happening. It was her. Right. So that's where that initial kind of breach of our marriage started right there. And it's like,
okay, we'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there.
That's kind of how we ended up moving and all that stuff. So.
Okay. So you moved from B Street, and then you said you went to Statham, Wall Farm, Statham?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Where were you at in Statham?
Bear Creek Road.
Bear Creek Road?
Yes.
How long do you guys live there?
Oh, man, so I said about 9 years or so, long enough that my parents are, part of their ashes are buried on that farm.
Are they really? Was that supposed to be the forever home?
That was supposed to be the forever home.
What happened with that?
She kind of started going really downhill.
Like she Marcy?
Yeah, just like, had a really good job, engineer. I'm like feeling pressure to carry all the bills, and it's a lot to run all of that. Paying bills, boats, all that stuff, to be honest, never made that much money a year of my life, and really, like, failed miserably at controlling money. Yeah, never for me, our family, we never had more. It was clear, I was buying, just make the kids happy with my campers and stuff like that. So we made the decision that I was going to kind of step back, and we can sell our farm and make a killer profit, which we did, and just step back. She had a death in the family. The grandmother's house down in Fitzgerald was just sitting, and she said, you go heal. She had a job lined up with Georgia Pacific down there. I'm like, okay, house is paid for, truck's paid for, everything's good. I can get into a little more involvement with the kids, which is what I was missing. So we went down there and Colt and I, we started playing football. They won the little state title down there, doing everything that I thought that's what we needed.
So you moved to Fitzgerald after the farm?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the issue that we just discussed about followed us down there. And
You talking about the substance abuse stuff?
yes, so my parents were a block away. So we thought, well,
How long have you done at Fitzgerald for?
about 8, maybe 9 months. It wasn't long. And
Where'd you go after that?
I call back up here after like their mom involved, like, you see what's happening, you need to get her help right now. And whatever that looks like, that's fine. I'm gonna take the kids, we're gonna go back home. I don't wanna be down here. I said, it's not to make a call and get a job and come back up here, and she needs help. She needs to be put in place and helped. Like, I can't do this anymore. The kids,
Is that when you moved up to Jefferson?
yeah. So we came back, I made a phone call, like, yep, come on, we'll hire you tomorrow. So came back up here, lived up here for probably a month, just trying to save money to get ready to move back up here. So best school area I thought would be Jefferson as far as rent. And I don't know what happened before and after COVID, but my rent is like stupid. So we found what we could afford in Jefferson, moved in there, and really, me and the kids were good, just doing our every day.
And Marcy followed you back up here?
She did. She came back up probably.
How long ago was it?
I'd say we were probably there about 7 or 8 months, same thing. She came up and it was just a shit show, and no effort, no nothing, drinking all the time. I would go to work and home still in bed, so that wasn't going to work. So
You stayed in that one house for those few months and then you moved to,
so I had her mom come over to take her, and I said, told Will probably wanted to be with his mom. So the grandmother came up, so Marcy and Will Coley, and Jenny said she wanted to just go down there for a little while, come back and kind of flip flop. She wasn't sure yet, but Colt and I were going to stay. Like, okay. So we stayed. Colt was doing his everyday thing. You know, it was like 7th grade, good schools. Somewhere along the line, 7th grade, some bullying started. I went to the school and was like, hey, what's going on? My son is, coming home saying there's, people are like picking on him. And
what were they doing to him?
well, he's obviously he was just kind of a quiet kid. He doesn't know, he's not really going to walk up and be the center of the show. He said, he told me, he was like, I was eating lunch at the dinner table by myself, and there's a group of guys and a couple of girls, and were making fun of him for sitting down there by himself and just mocking him or whatever, which that was the original going to school before this.
Yeah.
Going crazy. Here's what we're going to do. Met with everybody at the school, told us what's going on. I said, I don't have exact names. I can give you what he's telling me. These people are, I don't think you.
What school was this, you remember?
Yes, it was Jefferson Middle School.
Jefferson Middle?
Yes.
How long did you go there?
He was there for the time that we moved into that house.
Okay.
So
you went to Statham and Statham schools for a little bit?
yeah, he went to Statham, and then when we were
Was he
there,
bullying in Statham?
no, nothing like that.
Just started in Jefferson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we went back, and I'm like, all right, so as things escalated, now one of the kids, he's eating lunch, will come by, while he's sitting there eating lunch, or foot in the ear. So I said, so for me, now they're making contact with him, like, can we just have a place in the school where Colt can come set up shop? And he's a really smart kid, he's really good at school. She's like, well, we don't operate that way, we'll get counselors involved, which they did, and it just never really, So, I don't know, we talked about different things. I'm like, you gotta, on this computer and just gaming and crap, and for me, I'm just.
When did that start?
As soon as he could just get to school, it seemed like it was gaming and PlayStations, and then with PlayStation.
Did it happen before 7th grade or after 7th grade?
They're gaming and stuff.
Yeah.
As soon as like middle school started, that's when it was PlayStations and Xboxes. And for me, I'm like, no.
So he played football and all that in elementary school?
Yeah. And for me, I'm like, I don't want you sitting in front of the screen. I'm this all day. That's not how I was raised. I want to show you how I dealt with things growing up. It wasn't always easy. I said, I deer hunted for my first memory. And I thought that's how I could just bond with him one-on-one and just kind of work some stuff out with him. He'll maybe relax and tell him what's going on. We can just build off of that.
When did you guys start deer hunting? How old was he?
Not last year, the year before that, the ending of that year, so once it's 24, 22, so 22, I guess.
2022 is when we started here. How old was he when, 12? 12?
Yeah, 12, going
I
on.
started about 7th grade.
Yeah. So got my plumber I was working with, like, holy man, this is great. He said, come out to the house, got a big farm. He said, I'll set you guys up a blind. And they'll just show up here in the morning and I'll walk down. And like, last day of the season too, I'm like, dude, we're not gonna shoot nothing because we ain't gonna see nothing. It's just about the process for him. So, I want to try to like hook him right here. He's like, I got it. I'm like, okay. So great guy, great thing. Phil's a nice blind. Sure enough, sun comes up and I'm looking through the binoculars and he's looking and he starts shaking. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, there's a big old deer. I'm like, okay, so we go through that whole thing. Well, it's a little buck. And he knows I was little, first year or so was a broke on a spike of a column. He shoots that deer ball straight over. I couldn't believe it. The gun's jammed. That was the only bad thing. So he shot it. Like we had gone to the range, up in both ranges actually. Charlie Elliott, the one up in by Big Razor, I think it's
Charlie Elliott. He got his first year in 2022.
Yeah. And
what kind of gun was he using then?
so that was a Bushmaster 450, and
How hard I am over there.
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah, because I bought it from Mike's.
I'm not a gun expert. What kind of gun is it?
So, the Bushmaster is kind of like I said, when I told Mike, I said he's little. I want to scare him when he pulls the trigger. I said, something that's not too big, but I don't want to wound the deer. When he pulls the trigger, I want the deer to go down. I said, I don't want to think about that. So, he's like, hey, this Bushmaster's good. It'll do the trick.
Is that like a hunting rifle or is that like an AR-15?
Yeah, and I bested me. I said, man, like the AR platform shotgun, they've got that look. I said, that's kind of what he's excited about. And so Mike's like, here, let's try this Bushmaster. I'm like, okay. We only held 5, or 3 actually in the clip. I'm like, okay, that'll be a good start. So, just him and I, we sit down on the floor, we go.
Not a hunting rifle, right? Is it like the old wood kind?
It's a plastic AR platform.
You said it had 3 rounds in the magazine?
It's really a small mag, and I'm like, you only need one.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
So.
Did he want a bigger bag?
He just thought that, yeah, he wanted more bullets, and he just thought that it was like, he said, can I break this? He has a little pellet gun.
Right.
He's like, can I put my pellet gun in a holster and walk down the woods? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So we sat down on the floor and went over everything that we were going to do and not do with these weapons in the house. There's a no bullshit rule in this house. That's how that's going to be, or they're gone. And that was never have a loaded weapon in that house.
Just kind of jumping around a little bit.
Or,
Not get too far.
So that was Jefferson, basically.
Okay, so Jefferson is the first time he really kind of got it. When did, what, you said you went to Charlie Elliott?
Yeah,
How many times did you take him to Charlie Elliott?
I'd say probably twice.
Twice?
Yeah,
What y'all shoot while you were there?
we shot, I had a deer rifle, a 308 deer rifle. I don't have that anymore. He shot his Bushmaster, and I had a shotgun. And we shot the shotgun.
Okay. Shotgun, he shot all 3 of those?
He wouldn't shoot my deer rifle, he's scared of it.
Okay. What was he scared of?
Because it's just big and loud. And he said, it kicked me back, he used to be one, if they didn't do with that.
You went to another shooting range?
Yeah,
Which one was that?
I want to say it's Big Razor.
Big Razor.
Yeah, the Banks County, I think up there along the what's called the Tanger outlets.
Okay. How many times you guys go there?
I think only twice. on there as well.
Okay.
Because once we moved, it's,
So I see something different up there?
no,
Same guns?
yeah, we got rid of the AR, the Bushmaster, that's what I was trying to tell you, because it jammed.
Yeah.
Called Mike, I'm like, I can't get the bullet out of here. So literally had to, took it apart, so it wouldn't, you know, but I still had a round hung up there.
Okay.
Took it back to Mike, I'm like, I can't, he's excited, he's hooked, this worked.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I just need to size it down on something that's not gonna do this with him. Because now I felt scared of it, I wanted to
So
see
you took that first gun, you got it set there, you took it back to, who did you buy that from?
Mike's gun room.
Oh, Mike, okay, yeah.
Um,
Did I need to buy all your guns?
oh, yeah. I saw the sheriff in there one day, dang,
Yeah.
you are the biggest sheriff I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know if I figured, he's tall now.
He's tall, you know what I mean? I'm like, God, tall.
So you want Mike's number, and, what do you guys trade
So
on?
what we talked about was like, the guy was leasing land from, we were talking about, like, he really likes his hunting, the whole aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, we were talking about, I was telling him coyote hunting during the summertime, is how we kind of keep track of the land, put the cameras, like, I'm going through the whole deal for him, right?
Like, this is out of the house, the farmland in Salem?
Yeah, no, this is as he grew up, and we worked the shooting range, and I tell him all the hunting range to do as a kid. And I said, where you shot that deer, it's just run over, with coyotes and killing.
Where do you guys hunt at?
So it's out, my plumber's got family land, it's like 20 acres, it's just right out behind his house. And I said, we can get a different style weapon, and we can work our way up to where you feel confident shooting a gun. They'll say,
So what do you upgrade to after this?
nothing, we just left it at that, and I told him, I just need to think about it and talk about it with him, how's he deal with that jamming, that's with him or anything like that. So for Christmas, we were talking, and he said, Daddy, he said, I would really like to get another AR. He said, but I'm scared of the jam. I said, okay. He goes, he said, what? He said, that the AR that I had, I said, that's a 223 round. Just, you know, that's our coyote and our peanut gun.
Is that what you have?
That's what I have.
Okay. What kind of AR do you have?
I have, it's not a name brand, it's, I don't say it's a Franklin or a Johnson, it's just, like a,
223?
yeah, 223. So,
You wanted one of those?
yeah,
What you said for Christmas, was it Christmas of the seventh grade year? Or?
this past Christmas,
Okay, so in 2023.
yeah, we were living in our house where we are now.
Did you guys shoot or anything between seventh grade and?
Just at the ranges, those maybe one time. And one time I started with school, I just was focused on getting him into school, not really going and doing any shooting and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Then all that kind of stuff went down with his mom, and she got into a whole shitload of trouble, so I just kind of shelved all that, so we didn't get it calm.
Okay. So after everything calmed down,
Yeah.
you got an AR for Christmas?
Yeah, I said, you know,
Well, that for Mike's too?
yeah, I said, the whole goal here was get him into carrot, like, he had so much fun, we bonded, like, I
That was
wanted,
his memory. That was for him.
it was for him,
Yeah.
but, like, it didn't say in his room or anything, it was all in my closet right there, but when we go shooting, that's when I let him shoot.
Okay.
So,
So is that where you got guns in the house in your closet?
yeah,
Was that where they were the other day?
that's where I thought they were, yeah. A couple days before, I bought him just, like, I'm a single dad, like, trying to pay for all this, so I can't, like, go do all this on a whim for him, you know, so I'm like, hey, I'll try to upgrade your scope. I know it's shitty, but I said it's enough for us to go shoot in the range. You shot a deer with it, you're good, you know, and more moving. He was worried about, I was explaining more sighting, just all of this in the effort for him to be safe with a weapon.
Okay. What you bought him something to upgrade the rifle?
No, it's just a laser cartridge that you put in there, shoots a laser,
Okay.
and you just look at your scope.
Okay.
And so that came in and he had it.
So the laser was what?
Yeah, it's like a 223 round with a laser in it. And when you put it in the barrel, it turns on before it's like this. And I said, the whole effort with the hunting and the rifles and whatnot was, hey, bad boy, you keep doing good in school, doing these good things, making good grades, which he was, then this is something that we will do. It's not like it cares.
Yeah. Kind of like the surviving.
Correct.
You do all this, you go to school,
Correct.
we can shoot.
Yeah, and it's always been like us, our family, mama just totally shit canned us and it's just us now. Okay, we have to just be together. I can't go away with bypass like that, you know?
So where, I've been out to your house, where's your house, or where's your room in relation to?
Yeah, so, when you go down the hallway, Colt's room is on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And when we first moved into that house, it was beautiful.
Is it 1 story, 2 story, 1 story? Okay.
Ranch house. And Jenny, his sister, she was like, "Dad, I'll come back up and stay with y'all. I miss you. Don't like it really down here." It's like, "No problem. Mom's in trouble." I'm like, "I'll be there in the morning." About a week goes by. We're trying to get things ready. I get a call from DFAX in the middle of the night and all that. I'm sure that you read about her mom, his mom.
Yeah.
No. So the phone rings 2 o'clock.
When is this?
Huh?
When is this?
This is here recently, probably within, I can't give you the exact date, 6, 7, or 6 years in coming out, right? She was old, 76, so 8.5 months ago. Down there, living with parents, and painkillers, graduated to that. I had no clue. DFAX later on, you're like, "Well, my kids," I thought, DUI. She's like, "Well, she was driving, and I can't tell you until I see you. Stuff's got to be signed. I got legal." I'm like, she's like, "Can you be here tonight?" I'm like, "It's like almost 2 in the morning. It'll be 4 hours."
When you and Marcy, you're married, right?
We're married. We're not divorced or, so, yeah, legally.
Yeah. You're separated, but legally.
Correct. No, I didn't know my kids. I probably.
So Marcy got a DUI on.
No, that's what I thought.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay, I said, "I'll come." It's gonna be middle, like 4 o'clock in the morning. She's like, "Okay, let's just meet there at 7:30. I'm like, "You need to tell me what this is about." I had no idea. She said, "Just know that, your kids are safe. You just need to come down here and get them." And I'm like, okay, so Colt and I are right down there, and he's like, "What do you think?" He says, "Oh my God, I have no idea." So we get there, we go to her mom and dad's house, open their door, and we sit in the living room. She gets her phone out, like, "Okay." Marcy, they gave her a hair blood test. She starts reading the results, and
Why did you give her hair blood test?
her sister apparently. That I never got the whole story.
She had all the kids down there.
She had my little one.
Colin.
Yeah, Colin Gray. And I'm like, at that time, I started thinking, like, okay, why Jimmy's going to come back? Something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but I had issues with drinking. That's wrong.
So what was the result of all that?
So they read it all. I'm like, yep. She said the prescription for all that was in there. Opioids were in there. And the high wine or high alcohol content. Like, and I'm just like, golly, I know all this. And she said, "I've been doing this for the rest of my years, and I've never seen a level come back this high for that." And I'm like, "What did you just say?" We're sitting in the living room. And she's like, she is doing that currently based on what I'm like. I stood up, I'm like, "Can I take my kids?" She's like, "Hang on." She's like, "It's wrong, they'll confuse us together."
That's what Marcy was saying.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is like the worst thing that could possibly happen. I'm like, okay. So we finished all that, like, you got kids, and you have custody of kids. Visitation is only if COVID allows it, and where it's gonna be, it's up to him, basically. I'm like, great.
So they did like a safety plan, you took the kids, is that still in place now?
No, it's not.
How long did they?
I say probably, right after probably 2 or 3 days after, the lieutenant guest beat on my door at 2:30 in the morning. He showed up with 3 or 4 different deputies.
Who beat on your door?
Lieutenant guest for Barrow County.
When did he come out there?
I got his card, I need to work.
Was it recent?
Yeah, it was when I first got the kids back up there, and say, got the kids.
Like a recent, and then like a week
Oh,
ago?
no,
2 weeks ago?
this was shortly after I got the kids back up there, so, I'd say we've been there so it's probably 5, 6 months ago, maybe. And these are off, I got his card and all
Oh,
that.
yeah, I'm not holding you yet.
I just wanna make sure you do it.
Okay,
Um,
so it was only, the safety plan was only 3 months?
he was beating on the door, she had called and said that
That's the end of the first video.
I took the kids to a fall break and never came back. I'm like, no, it's like, can I go to some Chuck? He's like, I had that letter from DFAX, and he's like, this is a safety plan, so this is what,
Yeah.
he's like, I don't shit thing. And I'm like, well, it should, because that's why I want to get kids.
Well, to kind of explain that better, Lieutenant Guest was,
I was like,
we don't get involved with that. And I'm sure that was probably the exact statement he made at you.
I was like,
Unless it's signed by a judge, we can't enforce that.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's kind of clear that.
Yeah, so I don't know who grabbed him, somebody walking out my front yard, it's like, you're still there? I'm like, yeah. So he came back, he was like, okay. Whatever that conversation was, he was in the video when he came back on board.
Okay, good.
So then, once that settled,
I
right,
didn't figure out when the safety plan was
it's like, holy shit, because I called the defense lady, I'm like, I got the law telling me that this doesn't matter.
what she said.
She was like, it's completely false. She's like, no, I'll go down there, I'll talk to everybody in the morning, and tell them you're abiding by the plan, it's no problem. You're doing everything that you're supposed to do by law. And she said, I'll sit down with Jenny after this, make sure everybody is good and safe. And
Yeah, that's what I told you. You don't want to get involved in it.
Yeah.
Wherever the kids are at, they stay.
That's right.
Figure that out.
And it was even, I said,
Yeah.
okay, I'll go in there and wake them up if you want.
Right.
So he's like, no, that's all good. So,
So let's kind of circle back around.
yeah, sure.
So last, Christmas.
Yes.
You buying the rifle that was used this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you guys, how many times you go with him to shoot that?
I would say probably twice.
You probably
Yeah.
twice with him.
We went, both of those times, we went up to Big Laser.
Okay. So with that rifle, you want a big laser twice.
And the goal was to,
What, you said you bought him the bore scope? Attachment,
yeah, it's just a little.
laser, yeah, I know so much. Did you buy any other attachments for it?
No, I had a bunch of stuff through the years of different parts and pieces or whatever.
Did you give him any of that, like if you did something good? Or?
No, I just had, when I bought him, the rifle was just kind of stripped down. I said, he doesn't have very big hands. I said, we need to put just a normal, like deer hunt scope on there and a little.
Full grip?
Yeah, a grip on there because for whatever reason, that weapon has got a solid,
Yeah.
it's hot. Like,
Oh,
it's hot.
yeah.
So I said, we'll just put that on there and laser, and that's all, that's, the scope, they'll use a laser, bore sighter, you'll hit these pigs that go straight down.
Yeah.
That's all that was.
That's
from
big.
me. Yeah.
That one was not big.
That's what, No, really, no, I would say.
2 degree, it was 2 degrees.
Where all of that was going was because Jimmy wants to mow hunt in a bad way. And my little girl. So I was trying to, like, hey, this is probably how I should have started this, was we bow hunt. Like, they've got pictures of me bow hunting and just through the years, Jimmy was wanting to do it. So the overall goal here was, hey, like, I need to start going to school, doing what you're supposed to do. I said, we're going to get back into the woods this fall. I said, look, I want us to get into bow hunting and just go from there, enjoy the outdoors for what it's worth.
Did he ever ask you for any other parts, like any upgrades to the rifle?
He would ask me like, hey, he said, he asked me for an extended clip. And I said, he said, I said, the one that we have, Colt's 20 or whatever, and I'm like, that's plenty. I said, I've got one in there. I said, it's not
They
gonna.
wanted more elbow.
Yeah, this was way back. He said, I had one that held like 50 or so. And you can see in it, like, see how many rounds are in it. And that was just something, it was like, the only problem about these, in the original get was, you don't know how many you got left till it stops, you know? I showed him that clip, he was like, can I use that on mine? That way I know. I'm like, sure. But, you know, anything weapon-wise, the only time he ever touched that thing to go shoot it was when we were walking out.
Did he ever touch it? You mentioned that's the only time he ever touched it, shoot it. Did he ever touch it, do anything with it, clean it?
No, we sat down on the floor, and I took everything apart. And just, I said, I'm not smart enough to take springs and all that shit out. I said, take this back, I just do this, I oil all the parts, clean the barrel with the brush. I said, spray it with the brush, and I said, and then we put it back up.
How often did y'all do that with rifles?
After we were shooting, I tried to do the next day or a couple days after. I was just kind of hard. The whole original thing was just for us to bond, because the things they had gone through with their mom. So I'm just trying to save everybody and keep my family together.
Yeah.
And he knows that. Like, he knows that. So he just had a lot of just.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and kind of transition into that. So I kind of heard that, you know, from the, and again, this is the telephone game through the grapevine, that you've kind of been involved with the school, in some ways trying to get help for it. How long was that?
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm at?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not bothered with it. Like, I named my children, like, I need, like, I need just one more day. I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. I can feel
what?
just his whole attitude changing.
How long could you kind of feel that?
So we had an argument, I don't know dates or time, when everybody was at the house, and
Just like last week? Or
no, it was a few months ago when I originally came down with his mama, and we had the discussion of your mama is on this, takes all the pictures of the bus, her getting arrested, and just, I'm like, hey, we'll get the right people involved, we'll get to this together, but we can't go hell raising.
Was it shortly after the lieutenant guest?
Yes, and I said, he's like, she's causing that. We can't do, you know, we're looking out the windows now, we're gonna go around stuff, they think we have something to do with this. I'm like, no. And so talking to her mom, their grandmother, like, hey, I need help. I said, like, the anxiety for him is increasing and he's getting more bold towards me. And that's where he would say something off the cuff and go in his room, slam the door. I would just let that go because I don't want any bullshit starting from my little kids with it.
Right.
And as time went along, he became more and more like confrontational. And I said, all right, listen, I said, I want to get right.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
And then him not wanting to be associated with her, and that was led to, I came to the school because everybody knows my mom's in that bad. It was led to her mom and
That stuff happened down at the sheriff, right?
it did, but up here is where it all, like, James said, they locked her up here. When they caught her, it was here at Walmart.
No, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, it started all there. I had y'all tracking her cell phone, whatever, however that looked like. They were doing it, happening.
Colt knew this?
Yep, they all three did.
How did you tell us? That's something you told them, or?
They wanted to know what was happening because, I'm trying to think what triggered the whole damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
After Lieutenant Guest, it was before Lieutenant Guest, she just shows up, it was, sorry, I'm trying to remember this, like, timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Guest came by, and then that's where we were told we were doing the right thing, our safety plan was in order, you're good, follow what we said. All right, and then, I don't know, a couple weeks go by, maybe a week, somebody beating on the door on Saturday, and I'm like, what we do? And I look out the window, and it's her, unannounced, shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So I yelled out the window, like, hey, you're not supposed to be here, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to get your car and leave before I call the law. You can't just show up.
Right.
And she's screaming at me, I want my kids, just carrying on and on and on. So, and the kids are there, they're scared, I'm like, calm down. And all that was doing was just really upsetting Colt and Jimmy to the point where he was mad about it. And I'm mad about it, but like, you know, the whole goal here was to us to move up here, let her go get help, let her parents put her in an inpatient thing and let us continue with our life. So there were words with him, her dad, his grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
The mom and the grandmama bought him a dirt bike.
Right.
For being a good boy. And what was trying to get him to do was she wanted him to come down there and live with Fitzgerald. And they said, the grandma said, I'll buy you a dirt bike, and then when you come down here, you can do online school. And that's right there is where I lost any, like, going to school. You know, he was like, well, you know, Mamma is what they call her. It's like, Mamma said we could do online school on half of it.
Well, he did last year, because he was out of school for a long time.
Yeah.
Who you do online with?
It started out with Georgia Online.
Okay.
We could not get, I tried to do that.
He did that from, say, October of last year to.
Yeah, until he found out that, he wanted to go back and do 8th grade again with Jimmy and go through 8th grade and through high school together. I'm like, okay. I thought that was a great idea. We really could give him a comfort level. His sister and him were really close. So, that's kind of where.
So what's your?
It's like.
You mentioned that you worked for Kevin Price.
Yeah.
On contract.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you been working for them?
Maybe 8, 9 months now.
Okay. So for the past 8 or 9 months, what's your schedule like?
So my schedule is, I get up, wake everybody up in the morning about 6 o'clock. Everybody's awake. Make sure everybody's got their clothes, everything they need for school. I get little Coley dressed and I take him to school every day.
Where does he go to school?
He goes to Austin Road Elementary. Rocky.
He's a rocket.
He is a tug of war champ too.
And he's So you wake everybody up,
Yeah.
and what time you leave to take those public school?
We leave at about 6:45 to 7 o'clock. If we're late, it's like 7. And then like walking out the door, like Colt, you wake up, he's usually in there getting dressed, and ready to go, and he is, goes last.
Yeah.
So you wake up, and then when I get in school, I get to my job, I'm calling or texting, like, everybody good, y'all to school, yes, good, and, you can see it on my phone,
So, you leave about 7, and if you ever go back home, you just go straight to work?
No, I go straight to work.
What time do you have to be at work?
I'm the boss, so.
Whenever you get there? What time do you normally get there?
Yeah, I try to get there by 7:30.
So, you that close to, where's the brush at?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. So you try to be at work at 7:30?
Yeah.
What time do you get home?
It's saying it could be 12, it could be later. Every single day is I'm walking to the truck by 2:30, always getting home about 3:15. And I'm trying to be in my driveway every day by 3:30 at the latest.
Okay, so sometimes you can leave at 12,
Yeah.
and then the latest, 2:30 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, if we have something for them, a doctor's appointment or somewhere, they've gotta go, then, I just make my arrangements with the guys that work for me, and
You work Monday through Friday, you work on the weekends,
if I've got a project, that I have to do Saturday, I'll.
so you get to be at home when the kids are lying.
Yeah, and they go with them, they've all drove cranes and,
Okay.
guys, from like.
How often do you go with you?
He used to go all the time, when he was little, and
When you stop doing that?
probably about the time puberty hit, to be honest.
About 7, right? Okay. So he doesn't go. He hasn't gone.
No, he hasn't,
So that's good, you get to be home that much.
Yeah.
What's a typical, like, when you get, what time you normally get home, about 3:30, 4, or something like that?
Yep.
And then what's your afternoon, like, what do y'all do?
The afternoon is, like we usually go to the park. Jenny and me and Boo and we'll go up there and that's what the always call it. Or we'll throw footballs, play football,
What part?
right there in, Bethlehem, right behind the Civic Center, Bethlehem, the Civic Center, is a little park right there. So we would, this past fall, we were there every day after school.
Does Colt go there with you?
Sometimes he would go with us. Him and Jane would just swing and me and Boo would run around and chase and play on swings and
So
fly.
sometimes you go to the park, what time y'all normally get there?
We try to eat dinner. They're always chomping at the bit, like, 6:30, 7 o'clock. When the time change comes, I try to make sure we're obviously in the house, dinner, and everybody's laying down by 8:30.
The older ones are?
Everybody's laying down. Yeah.
Wow.
And they'll, Jenny will lay there and we'll do her girl stuff and look on the phone and Colt, what I'm looking at now,
You're gaming, huh?
apparently not. So,
Well, when you go check on him, tell him it's not about 8:30 or.
yeah, no, I can hear it
What
through the
he's
wall.
playing with you?
Yeah, I can hear it.
What kind of video games do you play?
He plays hell, last couple of weeks he's been playing Minecraft with Jenny, like
Minecraft?
nonstop.
Do you play anything else?
He's Call of Duty, like trying to get me to play it, and I'm stuck, like I can't play it, I just literally can't do it.
Yeah, you said you weren't too good at it.
I suck.
Yeah.
Like, he told me this, I keep stabbing myself in the leg, killing everybody else with it.
Yeah.
So, it's just something where, just get out of it. Yeah.
What else is you into other than video games?
He can hit the hell out of the golf ball. So, yeah.
Y'all do golf?
So when we got back over here when we were in Jackson, we go hit balls almost every weekend.
How much did you move back to that time?
We went to the Chimneys, played, showing how close we were. Actually, so home money for a putting contest, he beat me on it. The goal right there was when he smashed it, I'm like, you can write your ticket. I said, you're so smart. You can go to college and do this road thing. Like, you're a good looking kid. Like, you're smart. Like, the world is just right there for you. You're such a good boy.
When, so you said the last few months have been pretty bad. You guys argue a lot?
No, we
Don't
don't
argue a lot?
not leading up to the whole net bullshit is when it came off the rails, you know.
So that's when the argument started between him and him?
Yeah.
Well, what's the typical argument look like for you guys?
It's, just stop. Just,
What's he doing?
he's just cutting, slamming doors. And it's just like, I need you to stop, or I'm gonna take the kids on the lead till you calm down. So the first time,
Did you ever break anything in the house, throw anything?
yeah, he broke the door.
You broke the door?
Yeah.
What door did you break?
The hallway door.
Why did you do that?
Well, I guess because Jimmy locked the door.
What's he so mad at that 84?
I don't, Jimmy had said something about what they had been arguing about, and he chased her down the hall.
What were they arguing about?
I don't remember what exactly they were, but whatever she said, something, I think it was something at school that happened, and he was embarrassed about it, because he ran down the hallway. His grandmother was there too, and I'm like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
And when he got to the end of the hallway, like tripped over his book bag and like landed his head into the door, and it knocked a hole in the closet door right
You ever break anything else around the house?
No, nothing like full on. You know, he knows like, all we have is my income. Like, it takes everything that I have to just keep us food, clothes, bills.
Right. What if he, when he yelled and cussed at you, what did he say to you for?
He's upset with me because we have an agreement where we don't scream and yell. When we get to that point, like, we just need to walk away.
Right.
And
But what's the subject he's talking about?
it could be anything from grades, school, like here recently, it's like, I need you to go back to school. Like, I need that.
Apparently he's only been in school 4 days.
Right. I need that interaction. I need you to start to figure out what it's like to be in school. We talked to the school, I told them all the backstory, that, hey, here's what's going on with him. Smart kid, he's just,
When did you first talk to the school?
like when we signed him up, like when he said he was gonna go back to school.
Right. Did you read out and talk to him about his whole demeanor and?
No, I hadn't said anything to him about
When
that.
did you talk to him about, talk to him?
This was probably about 3 weeks ago. Like, we had an argument or whatnot, and I was like, where I would get up and slam the door, kind of shit. He just wouldn't let it, like, he just wouldn't let it go. It just seemed like he was like, sometimes, it just depends.
Yeah, I mean, if you get out 3:30, and, you know, what is it, his bus down at 4:45?
I haven't like nailed down to hit the high school time yet, it's kind of like all over the map. You know, like, I've got the other two's time.
So what do you think? What do you do when you come home and he's there? And
So,
you know, his bus is.
Yeah, so, like when he's not going to school and he's there, or, yeah, so, and that's kind of where we're at, right? I'm like, what, I don't understand, like, we had this conversation, like, this is what we were gonna do. And he went the first day, and then, like the second day, he said, I don't feel like, my math teacher likes me. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Who's his math teacher?
I don't even know, he hasn't been there that long, like, I haven't even know.
Yeah, school started what, August?
Yeah, and like, so, him getting back in the fray is like, it's really important, so, and I'm like, there's, you know, he's worried about the image that somebody's gonna find out about all his mama and all that crap, so I said, okay.
What was it, his math teacher, why did his math teacher like him?
He never really expanded on that, and it was just an odd thing to say.
What about his other teachers?
He didn't say anything else about any other teachers, and just the way his demeanor, it just like, I don't know, was it him, was it his teachers, like, did they not know the backstory with him, whatever?
Did you tell him that?
Yeah, told them why, online, they were really gracious,
When did you have this conversation with the teachers?
not with the teachers, with the
With
school principal
Yeah,
and
that's
that
very
scheduler, yeah. She said, just bear with me, we got all your paperwork, it's good. And I'm like, I don't want them to fail.
Yeah.
She said, look, nobody fails. I'm like, how's that? And she said, we just push them on, and we give them, schoolwork that brings them from what they're missing up to where they need to be sprinkled in with what they should be doing.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So that was the extent of that. And then they have the backstory of his mama and what all happened. And I was clear in the very beginning, like, this is what happened. She can't come on the property and take the kids. She has to be, everyone told me that's what I need to do, law enforcement.
So what was the plan for Colt?
Well, so that's what we were working towards. I said, hey, look, I want to get him into a counselor, like, you know.
Had he ever, made threats to harm himself, want to make harm any other?
No, not anybody else, but he
Yeah.
made the comment here and there, or when he found out about the meth and him and his mom were having an argument. Just like, you know, what that life I have. I'm like, you know, hey, this is her life, not yours. We're doing our thing. Don't let what she's done define you.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm doing. So, I could not convince him to go back to school after he came back that second time. And I don't know what to do at this point. So I called up there and said, I want him to see the in-house counselor. Can we do this and set it up?
What's the counselor's name?
Lisa, I need to go get my phone. Lisa, I think she sent me an email and said, hey, they made contact at the school, and she said we would like to bring in a third party, be aware.
Bring like a third-party therapist or psychologist or something?
Yeah, but the awareness is the count.
Okay. When were they gonna do that?
This week, I had to fill out all the paperwork, which I did Thursday and Friday.
So yeah, that's when, this week?
Giving them all permission, like bring everybody, bring a specialized person, like,
What were they specifically, like, treating the board, like?
they were gonna talk to him about coming to school, not worrying about what people are saying, don't be a loner, you know, come on, get back in the swing, take it to school.
And
try to
about
find-
what people were saying, was that the the stuff about his mom
Yeah.
and dad busted and got arrested.
Yeah, exactly. And then he was more worried about everybody knowing that he, you know, mom was a man dead, and that his biggest fear was failing and falling behind once he was in high school.
So the appointment this week, I'm assuming it was like either today or tomorrow.
Yes, so they needed me to give permission. I filled out all the paperwork online and said, thank you so much for
Did
this.
you been in communication with, Ms. Marcy about any kind of stuff for him, any kind of mental health?
Yeah, so,
Tell me about that.
yeah, her and I have talked about that, and she was like, you know, he needs help at another level. And I'm
What
like,
does she mean by that?
she means like step into a place. And I'm like,
When she made that comment?
just recently, while this has been going on.
Sometime in the past 3 weeks?
Yeah, before all this just happened. And I'm like, the problem is.
Before you talked to the counselor the first time?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And then, so
Why didn't you be checked in somewhere?
she thought that that's what he needed because they argue and he doesn't have a filter.
Okay. What, did you make threats for his mom?
Not threats, but I'm at a crackhead, I just like shit like that. And, just know,
Okay.
it's just things I don't want to even hear and say to her, let alone his brother and sister. So I'm trying to navigate and manage all that. Every single day, it's very hard.
Yeah.
So once that kind of, well, I told you I could feel it.
So, yeah.
Like, okay, this isn't, we need to do something. So I reached back out and said,
Was that before or after his mom suggested inpatient therapy?
what was
When you said you felt it?
Oh, this is after. This is after her and I had that conversation. I said, you be the one to tell him that. He's not gonna take it from you. I said, I don't.
Did you reach out to anybody at that time?
No, I didn't read out professionally to anybody. I thought that, like, he'll go to his grandmother and he'll talk to her about anything. So I
Do you have
called
a
her.
relationship with
Yeah,
her?
she was a school teacher for 4 years. And I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
like, Jenny will go and we're in church every Sunday. We go to Athens church every Sunday. I've been trying to get him to go with us. He went one time. So I shared that with his grandmother because she's just always been there for us, right?
So how long after his mom suggested inpatient therapy, was it before you went to school?
So she's been mentioning something like that since she got out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then she came up here, I don't know, a couple, 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Hadn't seen the kids. I'm like, okay, come back up. I want to say, yeah, a couple weeks ago. So I said, come back up. We'll cook some dinner. I said, we'll, let you hang out and talk to the kids and show you 1,000 things to say. And I just, it went okay. And the day she was leaving, I went to work and normal stuff. It's like, hey, so I'll take Boo-Boo and I said, just make sure Colt can get on the bus. And apparently Colt and his mom had a huge fight. So they called work. I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, he's flipped, he's lost his mind, he's screaming at me, he's like, I don't even know what triggered all of that, And I'm like, I'll let me get out of this meeting, I'll call you back. I said, I'm gonna sit right here, just give me a second. So I get through my meeting, call her up, I'm like, what is going on? I said, he's at school. She goes, no, he was at the house. I said, I'm telling you, I texted him this morning, he said he was at school. And well, it turns out he wasn't. He was in the closet. And
How many times did that happen between you and him?
just that once. That,
So he never told you he was at school before or went to school and you found out that he
yes,
was?
that's the only time it's ever happened.
There's been roughly, 30 days of school?
Yeah.
No, I mean, 20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's been full.
I got a note that during the break, is that accurate? Usually.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll take a break and, be back. take a short recess.
And Your Honor, for the record, we backed it up about 5 seconds so that when they come back, there's more context.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive.
Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point. He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill. 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 When I get that way, I become the devil. I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict at trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
That's good. Kind of keeps you sharp. Retirement is not
Do you know how long you want to go? I think part of the interview has another about 30 minutes. On this one?
I think we've got lunch, we've tracked it up to 12:30.
Okay, so go, we want to go through.
The plan is-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it 16. I'm gonna do it another 15.
Here comes, sir.
Thank you. Get a result with the interview.
School, I gave him 20 days of school, something. Right. And he's been 4 days.
Exactly, yeah.
So we come home and see him there.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, the first few days, like at school, like, okay, get back into it, and it was just, his mom came up, I was school, everything's good. And it's just that little rift that they had about her and what she did and our family, and, you know, or he knows, we're just taking everything I have to keep us together, and.
So he threatened mom during that?
Well, I don't know, like threatened, I don't think so. It's just a bunch of name calling, and what he said when he called me was she came down the hallway and threatened him and said something about the way you're acting. I'm gonna talk to your daddy, and we're gonna have to take these guns and get them out of the house. I think that comment was made. What she said is he flew off the bed.
I was worried about guns. And he made a comment about the inside of one of the guns?
Not around
around other people.
No, I don't think that was the case. I think I heard that. Yeah, no, nobody said that directly to me, so I would be speculating. I know her dad's a retired Marine. He's always like, you know, telling her it was going to be an issue. And
so she told you to take the guns out of the house?
You know, she said, hey, she went down in there and said, you need to get your shit straight, go to school, and we need to just get these guns put up, is what she said. And that's when it went from bad to worse. And she said she was going out of the bedroom and he pushed her and she hit the door of the wall and the side of her head. And I'm like, okay, I'm on my way home. So got home.
You had law enforcement for that?
Nope, I didn't. She was on her way home. Her parents came up and got her. And when I found out, he finally was like, I'm like, Colt. I said, where are you? Because she's telling me he's there. I'm like arguing. No. Like, I'm on the bus. Everything's good. Like, in my mind, that's where he's at. I'm like, no. And when I got home, I'm like, what's the deal? He said, I hid it in the closet. And I'm like, why? He said, because Charlie, the grandfather, was coming up here to take her and bring her back home. And he goes, I didn't want him going to our house because she's not supposed to be on our property in her house. Him and I just have a...
You can't come pick her up?
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Why did
just in my house.
Why did he think he was coming to the house?
Who, Colt? Oh, because he came in the house. And like I would have never known that except for when Colt finally got
By the time you got home, Marcy and Dad all get there.
and her mom, they come up and got her.
So that's, how many times do you think Colt's put hands on you?
Those 2 times.
Okay, and then he put his hands on his mom, how many times he put his hands on his mom?
That's kind of the worst for her. That's ever happened.
It's kind of the worst. Is that the first time or not?
Yeah, no, there's not like confrontational, there's more verbal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, did she ever say anything to you and ask you, hey, look, I'm concerned, can you put the guns up somewhere?
Yeah, so, and I'm glad you got to this point because if somebody can get to my damn phone and go to my Amazon account, you'll see and look at the date that I put that on the business card. I'm paid of money, I just pay my bills. After all that, I like $150 gun safe with the digital hand code. I couldn't buy it that day, I had to pay 2 paychecks.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, wherever it was, that triggered me to go, okay,
You mentioned the guns, let's go back to where you keep your guns. You said you keep them up on the top of the closet? Yeah. Loaded, unloaded, or something else? Never loaded. Anything on top of them? So your door, like, comes into your closet, right?
It's like a shelf.
Yeah.
All the way to the back.
Okay.
Nobody can reach above
So your closet door that you have a closet door you come in? Okay. Does it have a lock on it?
No lock.
It doesn't have any lock? And I think that was wonder about that.
But,
did you ever think of maybe putting a lock on the closet door?
well, really, nobody, like my little one, he didn't even know we had guns in the house. Because we.
They call it, phone you have guns in the house?
Yeah, he knew, we put him up there and no.
So he knew where they were at? And he's been in there to put them on, after you clean them,
Whatever I
slide
do,
them, whatever.
I take them, I set them up there.
But he's been in there with you.
He's watched me put them up there with the understanding of don't.
Just keep them unloaded. Where do you keep your ammo and magazines and all that good stuff?
Empty magazines are on the right or in the shelf. I had
In the closet?
Yeah, I had an ammo box, like.
What does that box look like?
Green, like old, like World War II.
Like canteen? Yeah. Okay. How many magazines do you have?
We probably had maybe 6, 7, 8 of them, something like that.
And you keep ammunition in those magazines, keep them unloaded?
Yeah, we keep them unloaded, and, hell, half of the ones that are in there, we bought, like some surplus place, and they didn't even fit the rifle we were buying for, so.
So you keep guns in the top of the closet?
Yeah.
And that's your AR?
That's right.
His AR?
Yeah.
And then as far as, what else do you have in there?
In the closet.
That's it? Yeah. Okay, you have any handguns in there?
Not in there. I have a Glock that I carry with me.
You got a Glock on you now? Okay. I was gonna say that, I mentioned that out there. I just want to see you can have it.
I don't know, I would never put that on there.
So, you have a Glock. What kind of Glock do you have?
Glock 43.
43, okay. Where do you carry it? Yeah. Where do you carry that?
I put it in my book bag.
In your book bag?
Yeah, for work.
Okay.
On my laptop, all my work stuff on there. You'd be surprised what's happening on jobs.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Do you have any other guns?
That's it, I've got.
So your ammunition, where's your ammunition kept in the house?
And I don't really have a whole lot of ammunition. What I did have was in that box.
In the canteen box?
Yeah, in that box, and then like all my miscellaneous crap.
So you keep the ammunition in like the box itself?
Yeah.
In like the paper box?
Correct. And all in boxes, like, and if you walk into our house, like we're still not even unpacked from all our stuff.
How often do you go there and check on where those rifles are at? Cause you said you kind of had to put it over stuff. What do you have to put it over? Like,
I know what's up there, and all my big sweatshirts and all my Jordan stuff is right there, and I have it sitting like so outside out of line.
Okay. But how often do you go in every day and you check, say, okay, look, my guns are there?
I can tell by what her mom has done through the years going through my stuff. The way I have things stacked up there, I would know or something.
So you don't physically go eyes on every day?
Not every day.
Okay. And, have you ever let Colt keep the rifle in his room?
No. After Christmas, he was super excited about it. I said, no clips, no nothing. I said, you can lay it up in here. In his bedroom.
Okay.
And he's got his golf clubs and his guitars and everything.
How many guitars do you have?
2.
Okay.
Well, actually 2.5 ones, kind of bigger.
Yeah. So you let it keep it in there? When did you stop letting it keep it in there?
There's no real set time or, like, not to have it in there. Really, once we.
So he had a gun in his room?
No, not all the time. We would have it in there, we'd shoot, he had it in there after Christmas here and there, but the majority of the time it was in my closet, not really out for anybody. Once Little Man and Jay moved in.
You ever come home and you say you go in there, get it done, clean it, do something with it.
If he did, maybe one or two times, but it was always back. You know, when I come home or whatever.
Would he text you or call you and say, hey, Dad, can I go get the gun?
When I came home, it only happened like a couple of times, and when I got home from work, he said, hey, I cleaned the gun, and he said, not put it back up there. I'm like, so what? He said, I just want to see if I can do it. I'm like, okay. He's like, well, don't do that until I'm here. He said, that's something, every time we get near the gun, I have to see it.
Do everything you tell him to?
Yeah, always. Always. That's the thing. That's like
when you told him to go to school.
Yeah.
He didn't go to school.
Yeah. That's where it's like, okay, like I was telling you, I can feel like something's not, we need to get more people involved here.
Yeah.
So, it's no way of knowing that this shit right is gonna happen.
So when did you first hear about his interest in school shooters?
So we are big, I don't know how we got into the presidential race, but we go back and forth, him and I. And so I don't know that it was an interest in school shooters, like he never came to me and said, hey.
Yeah.
I told the investigators the other day, Jimmy bought him this flag, and I don't know what it was. It was this guy with red hair, sounds like a girl. It's a weird, funny flag. She bought him off of Amazon. I was looking, I'm like, what is that? I thought it was Weird Al damn bitch. And he's like, who's that one? Never mind. I'm like, that's the craziest flag I've ever seen. This is happening.
Who was it?
I have no idea. Yeah, they told me, but I can't.
Remember.
Yeah, some computer guy that does the videos and all that stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Really, I didn't. And then the flag was gone, and when I went in and said, hey, what do you want for dinner? This was probably a week ago. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna fix some dinner. You want pizza? What do you want to do? And I'm like, who's that? And he's really into music, like learning how to play guitars and all that. He looks I thought it was a guy from Green Day. Like, I'm like, oh, I said, that's that old man from Green Day that his son, I told you, has a band. He's like, no, that's not who that is. I'm like, who was it? He never did tell me. He goes, you don't know who that is? I said, no. I said, I think it's that guy from Green Day. Like, whoever it is, just bad glasses. He had more eyeglasses on. And I laughed, he laughed, and that was that. So,
When's the last, was it just one picture?
yeah, just one picture.
How often do you go in his room?
I now go in there almost every day. Those doors open, he's on the computer, it's dark. Hell, there's no one place that I'm in because I'm trying to, do laundry, cook dinner, take out the trash, cut the grass.
So you go in there every night, Sunday night, you go in there every morning, wake up, go in there to, like, me or my wife, sometimes when we go, I'll go in there and just sit down and hang out because my kids like studying.
Yeah, so he does that and I go in there,
Just that one picture of lashes.
Yeah, just that one right there by his computer, that was the only thing on his wall.
That was all.
Yeah, and then.
Can I show you a picture real quick?
Yeah. This is the guy. None of that was up there.
None of that was up there?
That.
Just that one?
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of a whole lot more. You know who this guy is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea who that is? Can you see what that says right there? Yeah, the deadly tall 17.
Is that the guy that shot the gay bar?
No, that is a school shooter. And his name is Nicholas Curtis.
That's the same guy. That's the same guy.
Same guy?
Okay. This is the only thing I can see.
We got pictures from his social media down here.
This is in his room?
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you right now, I never saw any of that. There was one picture, that one, right there.
Okay. And you woke him up to go to school?
Yeah, no, here's what I was gonna tell you. So when Jenny moved in, I said, hey, you're living with us. I'm gonna give you the master bedroom with private bath.
Right.
I'll sleep in the bunk bed with the, So I had Colt set up on a couch out in the living room. And then when I saved up enough, I bought a queen size mattress and just bed frame, box frame, and set it up in the laundry room, just down the big room, like I was gonna make my bedroom. So the goal was like, Colt, your room is packed with all this stuff that you got going on, computers and, golf clubs, all this stuff. I said, you start getting better sleep, so I want you to make this your room back here and sleep in the bed instead of the couch.
When you do that transition?
Probably maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago. So he would be asleep in there. And literally there was no, like, he's on his computer, like, I'm not going in there and chit chat with him. He'll go in there and lay down or come out on the couch, and that's usually where if we're talking about school or anything going on, that's where he's at. Like,
He
never told me who that was. He never did. He in class said, I can't believe you don't know who that is. I'm like, I said, no, it looks like a singer.
Would it surprise you if Colt said something different?
Maybe. Why? What do you think?
So when I talked to Colt, he said that he indicated that, you came by and you asked him who that was on the wall.
That's right.
And he explained to you, he said, Dad, you don't know who that is.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. And you said, no, I don't. And he told you who it was Nicholas Cruz. And he was a school shooter, and he said it's not that big of a deal.
And then I said it looked like that singer, and he said Nicholas, that's what he said. He said it's no big deal. Like there was no.
So he did say it's no big deal.
There was no, like, no, I'm telling you, there wasn't like, who is this? It wasn't like I went in there on a search for
I'm not saying
no. It was just kind of like in passing. I didn't ask him or go, I told you what I said to him. I didn't know. He has brought up that school shooting stuff when it happens, and
what did you say about it?
Really, he just, like, we have conversations about how somebody could do that, and me telling him, like, you gotta be aware of people, you gotta be aware of your surroundings, like, to be honest with you, the push was that I kept telling him, like, man, you would be great in law enforcement, because of what you see. One time.
What do you mean what you see? Give me an example.
Like Fox News will show all that, blurred out stuff right there, and he's like, I looked that up on online, and I'm like, for what? He was like, because it could have been stopped. Like, you show me like how that guy for the gay nightclub, how he got in there. It was like they should have stopped him right there.
What was the gay nightclub?
Couple years ago. I mean,
so he's not been into the true crime, like just looking up stuff.
I guess, like, as far as looking into it, I'm not.
You ever tell you that he looked up to him?
No.
Yeah, good.
No, that would not fly in my house.
How often do you go get his cell phone and go through it?
I just bought him a pay-as-you-go cell phone, so I haven't never gone through it.
When did you buy him a cell
phone? I guess it was right before he was going to start high school up here, 7th grade.
Okay, so in Jefferson.
Yeah.
Okay. So 7th grade,
either it was Jefferson or right when we moved here. It was,
Okay.
yeah, it was
So
before.
he's had let's say, he's a ninth grader, so it's 2 years. So he's had a phone for about 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that
Do
long.
you know what kind of social media profiles he has?
No, because when we lived in Jefferson, one day, hey, y'all doing? We'll get dressed up like golf. Two law enforcement from Jefferson guys like, is your son here? I'm like, yep. Like he's in better get dressed, like what's wrong? So I know you got all the information. Like I didn't even know what that was when we started talking to him, like,
Yeah, what they say about it?
he said there has been something on Discord. Because you know what that is? I'm like, no idea.
Right.
He said it's a chat room with a bunch of people. And your son, they would trace back the, I'm like, hold on. So we need to go get him. He's like, well, let me just tell you. So we traced back the IP because that threat was made for against the school shooting. I'm like, we need to go get him now. Went back, got him. I'm like, you come out here and whatever you do, do not lie. You tell these people exactly what they're asking right now. So I'm watching them asking about, he's like, hey, I was gaming, there was a bunch of people, and he wasn't even sure if he could tell me who or when the comment was made. He just swore to me that he didn't. About
what was the comment?
Something about shooting up a school. That was the only thing that was said to me or
So
him.
7th grade.
Yes, in Jefferson.
The FBI comes up,
You know, just two Jefferson law enforcement detectives and.
So 2 Jefferson may have came out there.
Right.
But did you know the tip came from the FBI?
Yeah, I followed up with him, like in the car, checking in with him. And he did tell me, he said, hey, the FBI's involved. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I said, well, as soon as I hear or think I hear, I'm just gonna call you direct so we can, you know, he said, if you hear back from me, then we need more information. We never heard anything. I called him about a week later. He's like, no, you're good. He said, and he told Colt, he said, I do this every day. I can tell you the truth. Like, I know you are. So when they left, I'm like,
So that guy was giving a lie detector test?
right. And I said, you got to be aware of if the chat boxes, I don't know anything about all that.
Yeah.
All I know is I told them is you don't get in these chat box rooms where you don't know who the hell is in there because this is what can happen. And I said,
Did he say he saw that comment, or he just said he denied it?
He totally said no. He said, I don't even use Discord a whole lot.
And that was after you gave him the phone?
No.
That was before you gave him?
Before I gave him.
How much longer after that incident did you give him the phone?
I think the phone was like once we got settled over here in Bethlehem as a carry.
I'm kind of confused. I want to go back and revisit that because I asked you about the phone. You said that you think that it happened.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
7th grade when you got the phone.
I'm trying to put the timelines. There's so many things.
7th grade or is it last year that he got the phone?
So, no, I'll have to go look and tell you exactly what I'm trying to think of where I went, what wall.
Before we talk about the whole stuff with the FBI, it was, he had a phone before that.
No, he did not have a phone when we lived in Jefferson.
Okay, he didn't have a phone. He didn't have a phone when he lived over here in Bear Creek.
Bear Creek, no, there was just little.
So he got a phone.
So
after the FBI comes to your house and tell you about, or I'm sorry, I believe it was what they call, Jefferson, it's what they call TFO agent, and it's like they can get Jefferson PD and a task force and they work with the FBI. They explain that to you?
Yeah, he gave me his card and said, anytime.
So after that Discord account, I'm assuming you believed Colt.
Oh, yeah, because he shut everything down. There was no computers or anything like that. There was no it literally scared him to the point where he's like, I don't want to be involved in anything like that. So what he, now, and I'm telling you, if I was looking at his computer and he said he shut it down and wiped, I could not go in there and go, no, you didn't. I'm not to protect that.
So if you get the phone and
The phone, I'm trying to think timing wise, was part of.
That's okay, we can look at it later.
Yeah, it's just, I think this one came to the best of my head.
Because he's only had that one phone, right?
That's it.
Right, so we can look in that phone, we found that phone.
Yeah, it was more of a, hey, we're gonna get this together, you're a good boy. I'm gonna show you how to lead, and you got out of the phone and showed up.
Okay, so, after that, he does get a phone.
Yeah.
So you know, no time, let's say he's had that phone, let's just say for argument's sake right now, and again, I'm not holding you to time, but he's had it for roughly a year. Do you think he had it when y'all moved here in October last year?
No.
He didn't have it?
I don't know, I know it wasn't because I didn't have the money to do that. There's no way.
Okay.
I had to borrow money to move.
At least a few months.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say a few months, but you've never gone through his phone?
No.
Have you ever, we don't know what social media accounts he has. You know?
I was told none.
Okay, who told you that?
Him. Like, you don't have any of that, right? It's like, no.
When did you ask him that?
We constantly, because when little man's in the house and he's on his computer, I'm like, I just don't want, you got Facebook? No. Like, I don't know what other platforms are out there to ask other than Facebook. Like, that's legit. Like, you do anything like I
Did you ever think about, after hearing about this board, about signing up on it, go see what it was like?
No, sir.
Just check it out?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that. And then, have you ever gone through his computer? You ever looked on it, sit down and log?
I know it's like horrible thing to say, I'm just not tech savvy to sit down and go through anything. You know, I know it sounds terrible, but that's the truth.
Where did he get his gaming computer from?
His grandson, yeah. And then he took it apart and he needed some kind of video card to get better graphics.
Who got that?
So on Amazon, I got him the game.
We got him the gaming card. Okay. We noticed that when we went out there, he kind of taken that apart a little bit.
It's just everything is like that. You know, I'm like, his grandmother bought one, I'm like dropping you $500 for one of those towers, and he like takes it totally apart. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, he's like, I'm just upgrading the fan overheats like usual.
How did you get these parts to upgrade them?
The only upgrade I know is like the gaming card.
You said he was upgrading a fan?
He knows I don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes about these parts. I'm like, what's wrong? Is it overheat? When I play games or whatever, it overheats. I need a bigger fan and some kind of specialized, like.
Other than the graphics cards, you find any other parts for the computer?
No, nothing to where, like.
Now, you said you dropped $500 for a tower.
Yeah.
Did you buy another computer?
No. One that, like the tower he had, just was slow in body. He showed me, like, I can't game. I'm like, okay, what do you mean? So he showed me online, he's like, this is the best in the boxes and everything still at the house.
So the one that grandma got wasn't really good.
It's better than the one I had. She upgraded him.
Okay, so you bought a tower.
Yeah.
And he said, look, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's good. He used it for a while. I didn't bitch and complain, and then he just wanted more power and speed. He
So the
said,
grandma upgraded. I got you, I'm tracking you.
Yeah. And all those parts and shit, that's what it looks like.
How often did you, have you ever had a reason, or she ever given you a reason to go through his room, look, make sure he wasn't,
Nothing, never like.
because when we were kind of talking to Jenny, she mentioned, because there were, and she mentioned he's like in his room all the time.
Yeah.
What's he doing in there?
He's on his computer.
How often do you go check on him?
Every day. I talk to him every day, dinner, go in there, you're gonna go to church with us, like we talk all day long.
What when you try to get him out of his room, He'll put up a fight.
No, he doesn't put up a fight, but he just, come the weekends, I'm like midnight off in bed. So that's kind of our standing rule. But like I said, over the last couple of weeks here, he's just been more on the defensive, I would say, more kind of like, anxiety filled, being short with me, being short with your brother. So, I just tell him, like, look, instead of screaming, yelling, getting upset, I can't have little brother and Jimmy seeing this. So when he would go to in his room, he would shut the door, and I would open the door like, are we good? And I could see Damon, like every time. That's what I would see.
So what does Jenny do when she's there?
Same thing. She helps do laundry, cook. She's a really good cook. She'll cook. She shares her own laundry, and then she'll shut up her room.
What do you do for fun at the house?
Like games.
What do you do for fun at the house?
I'm at the house, not for fun. I'm there to cook, pay bills, do laundry, try to keep everybody
You don't sit down and watch TV?
motivated. We will here and there. We watch the Masters, some of the Olympics, but we're not.
If you're watching TV, what are you watching?
Probably the Weather Channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
God, why people say that to me? It's so, because it's like real. Like I have to plan around.
Everybody says that to you. You come to your house and like, why are you watching this weird stuff?
Like, you call my sisters, any of them, like, what's your brother watching?
Wow, okay. Usually, do you have any other hobbies other than?
We're deer hunting, outdoors, golf, like, just trying to get them in that way.
Every time you go out, does Colt always go out with you?
He, 9 times out of 10, yeah, but now that Jimmy and little man are back, he's a little more reserved because,
And they've been back how long?
I would say, coming up on about 8 months now, maybe for Christmas. So I just need to look, but whenever you see that lieutenant guest visited me, that's when that came.
So kind of to go over a little bit with you, first I'd like to kind of discuss what I talked to him about.
What did he look like? What was he, kind of shape was he? Please tell me he was remorseful.
Okay, well.
You want to coach?
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to instruct you in general. Colt Gray's interview with law enforcement is inadmissible hearsay. He cannot be cross-examined. It's inadmissible hearsay. It does not make it admissible when it's discussed in Colin Gray's interview. So a little while earlier, Investigator Smith said, well, Colt told me that he told you that was Nicholas Cruz, the school shooter. That's inadmissible hearsay. So understand, I want you to disregard that. It does not prove that Colt said that. Okay, that's inadmissible hearsay. Do not consider that. All right, and we're going to pick back up. We've got a little while left.
You kind of mentioned that. I do have a picture I'd like to show you. So I talked to him yesterday afternoon, all right? And this is what he looked like when I talked to him. Okay, so that's the picture of him. Okay. One thing that I noticed when I was sitting here talking to him was that it looked like he had some cuts on his arm. And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to. Have you seen those before? Yeah. Have you seen those before?
Yeah, I think these aren't Fitzgerald.
Those aren't Fitzgerald. What caused this?
Him?
He was there.
Yeah. And we talked about that.
How long ago did you do that?
It's been close to a year. It's been a long time. Yeah. That's what he said.
Well, he said he got himself.
Yeah, he has, and it's been a while. And like when I saw those, it's
So he says, when I talked to him yesterday, I'm not gonna go, I can't go line by line by line yet. I haven't gone through and looked at everything, but just going off the
That was the end of the second part of the interview, Your Honor.
Basically, he said that he suffered from depression for a while.
He has.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you tell me that.
Not a while. The depression is something that has just come on with his mom when his mom came back.
So just in February of this year.
Yeah, and they've had conversations, and we're trying to drill down into what do you need?
What was he last one, Fitzgerald?
I guess when I went down there to get everybody.
Yeah, that's a good bit more than a year ago.
But yeah, the original.
Did you ask him why he got?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I'm just upset. I took all his knives, I had a pocket knife I gave him for beer. And I took them all. I'm like, that's not what we do. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what? And he said, I was just sitting here clicking with the knife thinking, and I'm like, but you did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
why do you think somebody would cut themselves?
I tried to just talk to him about that multiple times. He just said it was just something that happened. He would say it was just he was upset and it happened. I can't, it's been a while. I can't remember exactly what he said and what I said back and forth about it. I just told him it's not a normal thing.
So kind of going back a little bit to revisit that earlier timeline where we talked about where you lived. You've been here in Barrow since October last year, correct?
And I moved in June into Bethlehem.
Okay. Where did you live between Bethlehem and, because I thought when I talked to Colt, you mentioned that he was here in Barrow. And you guys moved back here in October of last year.
When we came back, We were in Jefferson, and all that happened with the school. We waited for the summer to be there, and I broke that lease. And we moved into the house in like June, beginning of June. That's when we've been.
Beginning of June, yeah.
So last year.
So you moved back here, you went to Jefferson.
Correct. I just drove back to Jefferson.
So when did they come in?
Jefferson to here.
Okay, because when I talked to you, you talked about you being in Jefferson for 7 to 8 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so they came to visit you in May in Jefferson. So maybe about a year in Jefferson.
Maybe.
Did you lease the house up there? You normally sign a year
A
lease?
year's lease, but I was a little short on that lease, but she was gracious.
Okay.
And we were good.
Okay.
And no one came here.
Okay, and then Fitzgerald, so let's say roughly June of last year, so at least a year and a half, you kind of had y'all kind of had an idea that he was self-harming. That's why people do that. They usually depress.
I mean, I think that this wasn't something, that happened and it wasn't like I had to worry about it happening if we had a disagreement. Like, it wasn't.
You were worried enough to take his knives.
Well, when I first did, it's like, you did what?
Mm-hmm.
And then as we kind of just went through, it's like, hey, we're good, you started back being normal, you know, day in, day out, doing our normal stuff, and it's like, like, he only had a little pocket knife for that. I didn't say like, here's your knife.
They called ever come to you and tell you that he was suffering from mania?
No, this is what just came up and with his mama. This is a hot one on the
Just roughly you.
No, this just happened. Like, this just happened. She was up here last week, whatever, like here recently, last weekend.
But Colt never told you you suffered from mania.
To me, never heard that.
Why do you think Colt was so mean?
I don't know why you would say that, but I'm gonna tell you where I heard it. Marcy comes up, or she's going home, one of the two. We start having a conversation about Colt. I'm like, when I got that kind of said to me, we were talking about counselors in school, and she's like, well, this is what he asked me. And I'm like, okay. He said, she said, I was talking to him. He said, do you think I need to be, what is it? Do you think I need to be, or how do you get into an insane asylum?
When did he say that?
Here recently, to his mama. And she said that to me. And I'm like, what is that? So that's kind of like another thing where, like I'm telling you, I can feel something is off. Like, this is not getting better.
But for you, that all feeling's only been in the past month or so.
Like we need to do something immediately. Like, yeah. You know? And when, like, hell, I can think the other day we were talking about that. I'm like, why would he say that? I've never even heard him talk like that.
So I'm just kind of going back to refresh my memory, some of the notes and stuff that I took with Colt, and you know, he tells me that he told you that he was suffering from depression and that he was suffering from mania and that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, no, that, seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
if that's the kind of stuff, we're in the truck and we're going to the hospital.
Okay.
And he knows that. He can't say that to me and he just sit there.
Judge, just to be consistent, we would ask court to give another limiting instruction after that last statement.
So, again, ladies, in general, there are exceptions, but in general, things Colt has said to an investigator are hearsay. His statement that he's been considering killing himself or has mania, it's not offered to prove that that is in fact true. that satisfied or do you?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe we approach.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to work through some things. Y'all are going to go ahead and take a lunch break, so you can use that till 1:30. There's another 15, 20 minutes in this movie, is that right?
I would say 40.
Well, this one was 40, yeah.
Oh, this is 47 minutes long. Okay, sorry.
The whole thing was 47 minutes, this particular clip. It goes to 53:35. We are at
18 minutes.
6:47. He steps out at 39. Yeah, about 40. Sorry.
All right. Is what the state approached to show me, is that the last of the?
That's what I'm looking at, Your Honor. That's why I wanted to break for lunch. I didn't want to keep coming up there starting to see things. I think that's the last of it.
All right. We'll go ahead and break, then if that is beneficial. And then I know that we have some of the photos that we still need that we were going to talk about on the back end of lunch. I don't know.
And you're based on where we've gotten with Investigator Smith's testimony, I do anticipate there being another break between the next witness if you want to wait until that.
All right. We can do that. Do y'all want to resume at 1:15 or do you want to just take a couple? I mean, I don't know how y'all want to handle that.
Yeah, let's do that.
1:15 works.
Okay. All right. All right, so case 17, we've got,
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Court will be right back, here on at Southern Sin and at Truth Talks Live.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
We're ready. For the record, I'd like to say that I showed them how to use the technology.
For the record, I was like, even if that's why they need me.
I did something.
You did.
I did computer stuff. Julie, the
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Investigator Smith around? He was. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume with the interview.
A year and a half ago, well, not even quite a year and a half, a year and a few months ago, you got the FBI coming out there, or TFOH, the FBI coming out to your house, and saying your son's for the shoot up school.
No, he said it was in that thing. And I'm telling you, we went round and round. I was like, I need to know what he was.
And I'll get I'll pull the report from him. But basically, he was in a chat room. His son was in a chat room.
Correct.
Where they were talking about shooting up school.
Yep.
And then we have him cutting himself.
Yep.
And
Well,
we have,
so the chat room is something that he, to this day, swears up and down. He didn't even know that was said. He just said it was a bunch of.
no, he said the same thing.
Okay, good. So I'm not red flagging that. Like, okay, well, you learned your lesson. It's a hammer for me.
I just know, what I try to do to help me better understand cases is I try to put myself in someone else.
Sure. Yeah.
I have kids.
Yeah.
And again, you could just say I didn't work in law enforcement. To me, as a regular dad, if the law enforcement comes, no matter who they are, law enforcement comes to my house and tells me that my son was in a room where they were talking about committing a school shooting, that is going to be a giant red flag.
Oh, and it was.
No matter what my kid says, because kids can lie, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it was.
That's a huge red flag.
Yeah. It was. And I talked to that officer.
I'm probably going, you're not going to have fun, you're not going to be on the internet. Is that what happened?
It was done. No, nothing.
You took his computer?
Yeah, we just, like,
Right, just like when you took the lines after you cut stuff.
Everybody take a break.
Right.
And when you feel like coming back and being normal, let me know, we'll talk about all that.
Right.
Along those lines.
You know, and then you kind of sprinkle in there his interest with true crime.
Yeah.
That you guys talk about, you know, he has this innate ability, like, as a 13, 14-year-old man or child, he is looking at these news cameras that are what's being printed on the news, and they have the blurred out images, but he is seeking to go find the graphic images.
I don't know about that, but
Well, there's a blurred image, right, on Fox News,
right.
and he went to go see the actual image.
yeah, and it was more like fear, to have to worry about this in school. Like, no, if they've got officers there, like, no, like, no, you're not, this is just like, that was I thought at the time was the interest, like, is it gonna happen to us? Like, no.
So when did you give his computer back to him? Because he was able to go look up all this about the school shooters and stuff. When did you give his computer back to him?
In Jefferson?
Yeah.
I have no idea when I gave it back in, because that was towards the end of school, and then we started moving.
Okay. When did you buy him a computer?
I bought him a tower, I guess right before we left Jefferson, like just a gaming, low budget gaming tower.
Okay.
Like a GP40 or something, it's a good gaming computer. But never, let me be exceptionally clear, right now. If he ever said anything to me about killing himself, there's not hell or high water going to keep me from taking him to the hospital, right then, right.
So let's kind of visit, let's unpack that. Did Miss Marcy and Miss Debbie come to you and talk about having him go to Athens Behavioral Health?
Yeah, that's what we're working on.
That's what we're working on?
That's stuff.
Where were you supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
Was I?
You or whoever, who was supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
I didn't have an appointment with him there.
Well, I know you didn't have an appointment, but I think the reason that there was no appointment made is because they said on Saturdays, you didn't need to make an appointment because it's not a busy day.
I didn't talk to anybody there. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you did.
Oh, I don't know.
But did you talk to Marcy?
About
Debbie? About taking him to Athens and having him, you never had a conversation with him about?
Not about Athens.
About where?
I mean, not about going, the only person we talked about was school and getting that third party counseling there for him. That was our conversation.
Because when, in their interview with Miss Debbie and Mr. Marcy, they both indicated that this past Saturday, that there was, the Colt was supposed to be taken.
That's the first time I've heard that.
No, you
Never heard that before.
never heard that before?
Nope, never.
Okay. Why do you think that would be said?
Because that's what I told you, we were trying to get help for him, like, so he, like, it's not normal for the way he's not wanting to go to school, and he's just been through a lot with his mom. Like, he's voiced, like, he's having trouble, he's telling me he's having trouble, it's just a lot.
Do you think it would have been a bad idea to take him or a good idea to take him?
I didn't even know, it would be a great idea. That's what we're trying to do, is decide as a family if we want to check him in somewhere and we, like, admit him, or just get.
And that was, I remember you saying that Marcy first had the idea of checking in somewhere months ago. When you pushed her and you came home?
No, that was just like last week.
Okay. What was the incident you were telling me about? Was that?
That was, that's all I talked about with him.
Last week or?
Yeah, when his dad came up here and all that, it's that kind of stuff that he went through down there living with them that kind of.
Did Marcy ever ask you to take guns out of the house? Or put them up or hide them somewhere?
No, yeah, we've always been like that, like our guns have always been.
But what did Marcy ask you about the guns? What did she say to you?
She just said after the confrontation she had with Colt was like, you just need to put them up or get rid of them. And I said, okay.
Did you put them up or get rid of them?
They're up. And my goal, my thought was, I'm gonna have a conversation with Cole about all this, and.
Did you have a conversation with Cole about that?
Yeah, like, he told me exactly what happened, that his mama kind of bull, it was a different story than what she said. That she kind of came charging in there, calling an MFer and got in his face and like, okay, that's what happened. I'm like, okay. But this happening thing, nobody, I was not swearing out of where he was supposed to go. Like, for Christ's sake, I would have taken him there. That would have been great. But no, that was never, nobody ever said there is a set appointment for him anywhere. So we've all been
Right, yeah, I mean, there wasn't an appointment made, no.
I mean, like, if all my insurance, I would have to know about it. Nobody ever said, hey, go. Like, we're set up to bring him. Like, I didn't even know that they talked to Athens. Like,
okay. So tell me about Jenny. How is Jenny? Like, they're really close, right?
They're close. She was super quiet.
She is?
Yeah, real reserved and,
Is she a very cheerful kid?
yeah, she's good. She's good. She is. You know,
Have you ever taught her in a lot before?
Jenny, nothing major that I can think of.
What's she like about?
I'm saying, no. I can't think of anything like major.
Have you ever taught Colton a lot?
I'm sure I have. No, I can't. I mean,
Can't think of anything off the top of your head?
no. Like, kind of a lot of trying to process here, and these questions are like, I don't know, like, I don't know.
No.
Like, I don't know when I bought that tower, it was like around Christmas or something.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not looking for anything. Yeah, I know you don't carry your own seats. But these are questions that we got to figure out, we got to find out.
Yeah, I get it.
Because, you know, a lot of people want answers to these questions.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
You know, like, I do too.
So these are some things that you kind of need to be thinking about. Well, we did talk with Jenny today.
Yeah.
And she did very well today. And we kind of, when we talked to her, and she's very close to the brother, she goes in his room and they play video games together, so on and so forth. One of the things that she stated was that was the Colt catch his firearm his way.
It's not all the time though.
Okay, so how often?
There was never an inkling or a thought of anything like this ever happening. That's not like,
well, there was an inkling.
Well, I mean, not really for him. For him, this was our escape out into the wilderness kind of thing. That's all this was. Like, if we were getting guns down to clean them or stove or something like that, it was purely range or deer hunting. That's what this was. I thought, but apparently not. So,
yeah, fair enough. She mentioned that over the past couple of days that he had been kind of cleaning his gun a lot. Did you see him cleaning?
No.
But you don't know when he had his gun, when he did it. You couldn't say when he did it.
He never just had his gun, like, in his room. That's not the rule. That's not it. They're in the bedroom. If he, like that old lady.
Whatever. You're better? You're better?
In my bedroom, when I told her everything that. Now, this is a couple days ago. I'll look and see that little laser thing came down and he had it down. We were messing with the scope and all that. Just purely what we have been doing leading up to this. This was not in my train of thought.
Yeah.
So, as far as cleaning it, I never saw it. We don't really have a whole lot to clean the gun with.
Yeah.
So, and he knows not to do that shit in front of me. It's not like, that's not a toy.
But, so, I guess the reason I'm kind of drilling down on it is I'm trying to figure out how often he had the gun, how much access he had to the gun.
Yeah, I mean, there was.
And it sounds like, I mean, if you weren't home, because he does not get home to school at 34 days, I think it's over here. He could have gone in there any one of those days he got.
Well, it was a trust kind of thing. That's the reason we bought it, because he was showing, like, trust.
You trust it?
Like, I mean, it's like, he was checking the boxes, doing everything he needed to do.
What boxes was he checking?
Just staying calm, getting back in school, like, being committed to getting back in school, like, just everything he said he was gonna do. And then when the mess shit happened,
I guess, Colin, I have a different understanding of checking the boxes. He made the commitment to go back to school.
Yeah.
But he didn't go to school, he went 4 days.
Well, this year, he went 4 days. The conversation that you don't not know about is, could he go to school?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're kind of like at with this whole thing. Could he go to school and just say he's gonna go to school and do what he's supposed to do, and not worry about all the kids and the bullying and all the, you know, like.
Who was bullying?
In Jefferson.
Okay, but not here.
Not here.
Okay.
No, when he came back here, he was.
He did online school for a period of time too, right? How long did he?
I don't know, man, he went through all of online until, I don't know, towards the end of this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then his grandmother said that we were gonna just try to get him enrolled back in school. And if it didn't work, that, you know, I was looking at sending him to different places for school, like not a military school, but, and there was just, this was his chance to get back into school and just have some normalcy, not worry about all of that. He got so far behind. I felt like he was like gonna be picked on and looked at because he was so far behind. And he never was just a go-getter out being the, you know, life was crap. He just, you know, he just would be by himself and not want any crap started.
What have you heard as far as the actual case? Have you been, listening to the news, been told about how many people were injured?
I came home, the TV was on when I got home. And I saw the overhead of the football field. I shut the TV off. And then talking to my family. So the news was calling everybody in my family, and I'm talking to them, and they're telling me what all this happened and how many people.
What did the news say to you?
They just wanted in the house.
They wanted what house?
My house. They want to interview me and want to talk to me and like, y'all need your house property. So they went on.
What did the news say about the injured and the deceased?
Nobody. I never had that conversation. I'm not gonna have that conversation with the news media. Just please get off the property.
What about law enforcement?
I haven't talked to them since everybody left the house. You're it.
So I'm gonna share with you the warrants that were taken.
Okay.
So right now, he has, I've taken 4 warrants for his arrest. Okay. And they are, and this is preliminarily because we're still processing evidence. We're still going over it. There are 4 warrants for his arrest for the offense of felony murder. No. It has to be. What was it has to be?
There's a lot of damage done. What the difference is what?
So there were 4 people who lost their lives. So and I'm gonna give you the picture, kind of talking to everybody, kind of what happened that morning, to the best of my ability. All right, from what was told to me, this is kind of what I've been able to develop so far. So Colt says that he makes this decision to bring this rifle to school.
How do you even get a long rifle on a bus and in school? Like, I don't understand that.
Well, he took some steps to do that, right? So he puts the rifle in his book bag. And not only does he put the rifle in his book bag, he goes and he takes poster board and he wraps the top of the rifle that's sticking out of the book bag in poster board. And then he takes on top of that and puts some kind of hat over the top of the top of the poster board. And he told everyone that it was a project.
And the poster was a Happy Mother's Day poster that I had them made.
How did you know that?
Because it was in the room, like it was our thing to try to help her.
Yeah. So he wraps this up in poster board. And he gets on the bus. And he tells everybody, it's a project. He goes to class. He tells them it's a project. And then he goes to his second period class where he makes the decision to go to the bathroom and, in his words, to get ready. And asked him what that meant. And he stated that he had formulated this plan. That his initial plan was to bring a hat. And the initial plan was to he has an airsoft vest. Is that correct? He was going to wear his airsoft vest, but he opted not to. And he forgot his hat, but he brought with him some gloves. He said the reason that he brought the gloves was to distance himself from the rifle.
So what?
Distance himself from the rifle. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know what that means.
Has he ever been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorders whatsoever?
No.
Never have? Never gave you any inkling that he had a mental disorder?
No, sir, no. I'm telling you, the only time I heard those words about what he told,
right.
What was it? Mania, whatever, was a sane asylum. And that's where I'm like, he's gotta go. Like, we have to make this happen right now. Something's wrong.
And when was that?
That was just the other day that his mama told me that. Like, okay, we've got to make this happen.
When she came over, he pushed her. Okay. And when you guys talked about when that happened, it was nothing about this past Saturday.
No.
Okay. No. So he goes down, he opens up fire, and he strikes four individuals, and four of the individuals that he shoots and hits. They pass from the injuries that they sustained. Two of them, Colin, were children.
I know it, but like, why in the hell would he do this?
Two of them were staff. There are other people that are injured. At least one of the injured was listed at one time in critical condition. I don't know the extent of their injuries. I'm not spoken to them yet. Like I said, there's a large number of investigators and law enforcement that's involved in this investigation. So it takes time for us to get. I don't have all the answers for it right now. But there was a number of other people that were hit.
Like the worst. You have to believe me when I tell you I never, ever, in 1,000 years, would ever think this would happen with him. Ever.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's under arrest for. And we talked to Jenny today. And Jenny saw him before he left for work. Or left for school, got on the bus. She gets on the bus after him, correct?
Yeah.
This is a picture Jenny here for us. Goes backpack. There's his backpack, open, poster board, roll of paper. She even put the J on there for Jenny's work.
I just bought it.
Jenny is very talented. She's a very talented artist, and she's a very smart young lady.
She's the whole reason
She's the whole reason you're what?
that I am committed to doing whatever I have to get my kids a good life. They do not deserve to go through all that shit with her mama and all the shit they saw and had to deal with.
Right. So when they went through all that stuff with her mom and all that stuff they had to deal with, did you ever get them think about getting them counseling or anything? You did? Who they go to?
We didn't formally send them to a counselor. They talked with defect counselors multiple times. And to the point when I was talking to Jenny, like, hey.
Defect counselors or defect workers?
Both. They were both involved. And just Cheryl. And she, that everything that I do, or, Colt, your brother, and your sister watching, you're the role model.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was any constant frustration, it was like that, like blame everything on his mama for what she put us through, and just kind of like, I know it's tough, but we've got to push forward. We have to keep doing the right thing. And Jenny and little Colin, man, I'm telling you, they were those two kids. I know for me, it's like, okay, I know I'm a good dad, I'm doing the right thing, I'm trying to get Colt into the right people. I've only got so much money, so much time, like, but you're right, she's gifted, and Will Cole is too, and they don't deserve any of this. Like, we were sitting there on the floor last night, like I'm scared. I'm like, I'm scared too. And she's like, is my life ruined? I'm like, no, your life is not ruined. I said, we will get through this. I will be here for you.
What have you told Jenny about Snakes?
The only thing I said to her was, don't get on social media, which I know she has. And I asked her, I said, have you looked at any of this?
What social media accounts does she have?
I don't know. I don't think she has any. But she does. She doesn't like no Facebook, nothing like that. But I told her today, I said, she started texting, oh, y'all got my phone. When he said that last thing to me the other day, I left work and was texting him repeatedly, like, call me, like, something's wrong. I knew something wrong. And when I got to her,
did you call 911 when you figured out something was wrong?
It all happened like bang, bang, bang. Talked to Jenny, and she said, we're in lockdown. As soon as she said we're in lockdown, I started getting off the roof of the building I was on, like, I gotta go. And then it was just trying to contact him, him, his mama, grandmother, we gotta go get the kids. Like, I gotta get home, something's wrong, I don't know. And Marcy's like, I got a bad feeling about this. And I'm like, I do too. I'm like, I pray God, and I didn't know.
Well, one of the things that Jenny said in her interview, and I want to bring up some notes that I took. That he indicates that there's a lot more arguing going on in kind of what you have shared with us. The arguments are pretty frequent.
Arguing, yeah.
And him yelling at you, and she told us about the incident where he chased her into his room. She said it scared her.
It scared me.
Yeah, and that you and her have talked multiple times about getting him help.
Yeah.
Going back for a while.
I don't know for a while. You're asking time frames. I'm sorry, I can just snap off of what these time frames are, but yes, they're like, there was no like blind eye here. We're trying, like, once I got this new job, what I was waiting on was my insurance to kick in. And that finally just kicked in. That was, we've been talking, like, as soon as
When did their insurance just kick in?
a week ago, week and a half ago, 2 weeks, maybe, I don't know. I said, I don't know the exact date, because it all happened. I was waiting to get him into a, like, if it had to be clinical, I started going down the list. I even reached out to a psychologist in Bethlehem, like, do you take my insurance? Yes. Here's kind of the backstory I got with Colt, was talking about that. And then,
Has Colt, kind of, to understand on track with the argument, has he ever told you that he hated you during the argument?
Yeah.
Has he ever told you that he wanted to hurt you?
He's always
threatened to hurt you?
Not like, more like, what are you gonna do about it kind of stuff. And what I chose to do is just to leave him alone. And
Jenny described seeing him kick you, punch you, hit you.
That was the second time.
And that was how long ago?
Probably a month and a half ago, before he started back to school.
Yeah.
And that's when I pulled in every.
Did you ever throw anything?
Say, hey, to a screwdriver at me.
What did he say to you before he did that?
I didn't hear him say anything to me at all, but, when I picked up the screwdriver, I probably should have said, you're going, I said, I need to call the law.
So Jenny knew that he had a lot of social media accounts. He actually had a lot of them. And he was creating and deleting and creating on them. So when you're talking to Jenny, did she ever share that with you?
She never told me, and like, I'm all about, social media, so
Help me understand how the conversations with Jenny would go.
we wouldn't sit down and just sit there and have a long conversation about Colt. I mean, that's not, it was more about just, hey, we're giving him help, insurance kicks in, he's going, like, I'm trying to just see it coming and be neutral, and, I feel like he's gonna get that way, then we'll go to the park and he'll calm down and he'll give me a call and say, hey, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper, blah, blah, blah. And that's typically how it will go. But it was a lot of back and forth about his mom and, what really started the whole thing of her coming back, he asked, he said, do you ever think that we'll be back together as a family and we can get mama some help? And I'm like, yeah. I said, I'm not doing that or bringing her back into our lives until everybody is ready to do that. He actually was the one that was like, yeah, let's try to get her some help. And, I don't want her to end up alone. And we had that conversation, we stand up in the backyard, and I'm like, okay.
He didn't want to do it.
He didn't want his mom to end up alone. And I said, well, I respect that. I said, so let's work on what it takes to get her back here and us as a family. The mission was to keep our family together, all of us, and just turn the page and try to start over normal.
Yeah.
And that's something.
Yeah.
For the record, Your Honor, investigator stepped out of the room, we're fast forwarding until when he comes back.
I'm sorry, man. I had to go to like 4 different blocks and none of my keys were in anybody's office. Yeah, we're on that. One of the other things that, kind of, in talking to, the other investigator, I mentioned that Marcy, reported that she had conversations about him being obsessed with school shooters. And even that was a focus on the mission, whether he was obsessed with it.
I don't know about obsessed. He shared with her that one that I was telling you about, that felony case that we really talked about that day. Yeah. So, like in my mind, like, no, like I'm really like having normal conversations with him. And even in my notes I got right here, I'm like, this Athens behavioral thing, like, nobody ever said that to me. Like, that is false, that's wrong. Nobody, or we would have been there, like, for real. But as far as that, him and her, ever since all that went down with all that damn mess and her getting locked up here and threatening did she bring up that she's ready to kill Colt and all that? So that's where when that happened, and her mother told him that, she should have never done that, like she agrees, but looking back hindsight, right? Once that statement was made, that's where the relationship between him and his mother was broken right there. So what was said back and forth, I don't know how much to take in stock into that because he just was like, washed his hands with his mama, like there's no, like he wouldn't care if she was locked up and throw away the key, basically. He couldn't get over that she had made that statement. Like that was a big, well, the way I understand it, she said the same thing about me too. But,
he knew that she was talking about putting him in a.
No, this was her. He said that about, she said that about killing her son and me. That's what I'm talking about. And when her mom told him that was like, that just broke it with him. So it was just trying to give everybody space at first, her just take care of all her issues, let everybody calm down too. Us doing the right thing. And then me telling him, like, she's not going to kill
So you mentioned your own notes or anything. I've asked you questions for a couple hours now. Is there something you want to ask me?
I just want to, only thing I want to ask you is what I'm taking back here, I'm listening, it's like, you're doing your job, I get it. The way I feel like I'm being portrayed is like just hey, this shit coming dad, that's not.
Why do you feel like you're being portrayed like that?
Just because I know, like, it looks with what had happened, for me to tell you, it was an agreement by God. We had never had those weapons in our house. Like, we had a long conversation with Colt about them, but it would have never been there, ever. And it was just like a damn blood. I was like, these are scams. How we go to work and we just get through all this. I was just sitting here thinking, when you sit there and tell me I was doing work in my closet, and they were up and out of reach and out of sight, like that, it just comes across in this camera film, I guess, like I should have done more, yeah. And I'm like,
do you feel like you should have done more?
Well, as soon as I felt like something was different, like with him, that's immediate when I was like, I need to buy this gun, Case. And if he continues to kind of not be who he says,
why did you buy the gun case?
It sit in my car and I couldn't afford it.
Well, what was the catalyst for that? I remember you telling me about that.
I was just saying that I could just him going back to school.
Was that after Marcy told you to put the guns up?
No, this was after him and her had that big old thing.
There was a red flag that went off for you, like, hey, I need to lock this gun.
Well, there was okay, until we can get him some help and everybody calm, I just need to do the right thing and just get him put up or out of the house. like either way. Like, and that was known, that was coming. I had to pay $74 just to buy it. So it's still sitting on Amazon card for $134.
And that was actually, the incident last week
With Marcy. Yeah, with him and his mom. So really,
last week.
yeah, and really I was debating like this week, like, well, if he goes to school, then I may just come home and take everything up to Mike and just tell him to hold on to it for a while, just until I can make sure everybody's like, you know.
Why didn't you do that last week?
God, this is not on the radar. You know, him and his mother have gone.
Like something. Again, was the school shooting itself on your radar?
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, you're saying it's not on your radar. But something was on your radar because you put a gun safe in your Amazon account.
That was after Marcy and him had that argument.
And you even said, you know, I should go and put these guns up. I had the thoughts to take them to Mike's gun room.
Yeah.
Why did you not?
I didn't take them Mike because I didn't know if he would take them. And so I
Why
thought,
did you not take them to, you know, lock them up in the car?
she said the same thing, but I work out of my truck. It's completely full of tools. And I can't, like, I'm in charge of the job. I can't roll up there and have guns in my vehicle.
Do you have any family around?
No, my sister lives in Woodstock.
Okay. So you're talking, did you call her and ask her if she'd be willing to?
We don't really talk.
You don't talk.
Me and my family. But I was just like, you know, I mean, literally, if
Let me ask you a question, and this may be a hard pill to swallow. Do you think if you had got rid of those guns, that we would be here right now?
I don't know that because I'm finding out things about him I didn't even know were happening.
Right.
Like, so I can't answer that. Like, I'm just taken back by a lot of things on here.
Okay. I think that's about all the questions I have for you.
I'm so sorry. I don't even.
Yeah, I think you are. Go ahead and set that stuff down for him. We'll turn around and stand by back to it.
Is that the point where you placed him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I asked you before. What time of day did you start this interview?
I believe it was later in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, give or take.
Okay. There was a timestamp on there. Do you think that's
The
accurate?
timestamp would be more accurate than my memory, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing further. Yes, Judge.
Good afternoon, Investigator Smith. I have a few questions, not a ton. If I ask a question that is ambiguous, just let me know and I'll try and clarify, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this interview with Colin Gray was done is the same day that the interview with Jenny Gray was done at the treehouse. Is
Yes,
that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for timing purposes, it sounds like interview at the treehouse was done first.
Correct.
And then you would have attended that interview?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Gray was at that interview?
Yes, sir.
Now, he wasn't in the interview, was he?
No, sir.
And subsequent to that interview, did you request Mr. Gray to meet you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which he did, obviously, and you ended up having a statement with him.
That's correct.
All right. And are you, just from my understanding, are you the lead investigator on the case, or where do you kind of slot in the hierarchy?
So I was assigned the lead investigator for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office portion of this investigation, but this was a multi-jurisdictional investigation.
Yes.
I believe for the GBI, it was Special Agent Nick Johnson that was the lead agent.
And did you, so I'm going to ask you some questions about some different parts of the case. And if it is not something that you were part of, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I'm not exactly sure what your responsibilities would have carried over into. Typically, if you're a lead investigator, you would be familiar with all the cases, the aspects of the case, but with a multi-jurisdictional, that's probably not true, is it?
Some, it just depends on what you're going to ask me.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me just get started then. All right. So a search was done on Mr. Gray's home. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that search at all?
I was told that his residence was searched, and I was told about some things that were located in that search.
Okay, gotcha. So you mentioned in your interview with Colin Gray that a computer was at the home in Colt's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that the computer was or had been taken apart.
Correct.
Was the hard drive intact?
That would be a better question for the GBI.
Okay, gotcha. So as far as you know, the computer was taken apart, but you're not sure what the condition of the hard drive was.
Correct. I just knew that it was taken apart.
Okay. And there were some, let's see, there was a green box, which was described as where some ammunition was kept.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that green box?
I'm familiar with what Colin told me about that green box.
Okay. So you don't know from your investigation what type of ammunition would have been, what type of caliber ammunition would have been found in the box?
That,
okay.
Again, that would be a better question for the GBI.
Yes, sir. And I believe there was a trash can located at the residence where there were some empty boxes that cartridges had been in. Are you familiar with that part of it at all?
No, sir. I did not attend the search warrant at Colin Gray's residence.
No problem. Just wanted to check. Thank you. You got into a lot during that interview, and a lot of it was some historical information about the family and where they had lived and things like that.
Yes, sir.
One of the issues you talked about, and we saw a photograph, is of some cutting incidents regarding Colt Gray.
Correct.
And those would have happened in Fitzgerald, Georgia. Is that your understanding?
According to what Colin Gray said, yes.
Okay. And do you have any information that would contradict that they happened in Fitzgerald?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you have information in terms of what year that would have occurred in?
I don't.
That's okay.
Again, Colin Gray, I believe he said it was a previous year.
Okay. And the previous year, so Colt had just started ninth grade in September of 2024.
That's correct.
Roughly, within a month or so.
Correct.
Okay. And then eighth grade, we skip past eighth grade, we go to seventh grade. That would have been at, was it Jefferson Middle School, you recall?
Again, that would be a better question for those that investigated his actual.
That's okay. And I appreciate it. Just let me know if I'm covering stuff that wouldn't have been part of your responsibilities. Okay. And during your interview, Colin indicated that he found out about these cutting episodes.
He did.
And he replied that in response to them, he removed the knives.
Correct.
From Colt's ability to use them. He also brought up the allegations from May, I believe it was May of 2023, regarding an FBI tip.
Yes, sir.
About some statements made on Discord regarding the school shooting.
Correct.
Those statements, it seems like we're in a chat room. Is that correct? Well,
correct.
To your knowledge?
Yes, sir. It was in a Discord chat room.
In a Discord chat room?
Yes, sir.
And it's possible that chat room was accessed by use of a computer.
Correct.
And there would have been an IP address, most likely, that put it back to a certain address, which is how the FBI investigates those types of tips.
Yes, sir.
And you asked Colin Gray what happened to the computer after he found out about these allegations.
Yes, sir.
And he said when he found out, he removed the computers or he took the computers. Is that correct?
Kind of. Okay. Colin, he said two things in the interview. If you kind of listen to it, the first thing that he says is that he took the computer and they were gone.
Right. And
then he also states during that interview that he shut it down and made sure that Colt wasn't accessing any type of online chat rooms anymore.
Okay.
So he says both. So I'm not sure which one he actually meant.
Okay. All right. Now, there were some conversations about Marcy and her role in the family and some of the consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use took on the family.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have been a part of the case that you would have investigated, obviously.
As far as?
Whether or not she had addiction issues or what the effect on the family was. Or was it?
I was told about the substance abuse issues within the family, both Marcy's and Colin's, yes.
Okay. And from the interview, it sounds like, well, Colin told you that Marcy's addiction had taken a toll on Colt.
Correct.
And that there had been what sounds like trauma involved when Marcy was around Colt. Trauma to Colt.
Trauma in the form of?
Let me ask that question better. Okay. It sounds like Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August, late July. What's your understanding?
My understanding, it was about a month prior to this incident, and she stayed for a couple of weeks. So she would have left at 2 or 3 weeks before this incident. Was my understanding from that interview.
Just right, and that's all I'm asking for is exactly what. So we're talking about the same thing. So in that time period, Marcy is staying at Colin's house with the kids. They're all staying at the same residence.
Yeah, Marcy, Colin, they're all together.
Okay. And we heard that there was this altercation or argument between Colt and Marcy.
Correct.
And there were, well, it sounds like Colin was not home when this altercation occurred.
Correct.
And Colin said he heard different stories about what actually had happened. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He had heard one version from Marcy and he had heard another version from Colt.
That is correct.
Okay. And he talked a lot about trying to instill a relationship of trust between he and his son, Colt.
Yes.
And as part of the trust, well, as part of the trust building, it sounds like his explanation for not removing the guns, as Marcy had asked, was because he was in fact listening to both sides, figuring out what exactly had happened.
That would not be my interpretation of it.
Okay. Now, after this altercation with Marcy, Marcy left the home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it went back, the home went back to what it had been in terms of the residents being Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Coley.
Correct.
Little Coley.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you just a couple quick questions about Jenny's interview.
Okay.
So you were at Treehouse when the interview happened.
Yes, sir.
You were able to observe the interview in its entirety.
Yes, sir.
Was the interview videotaped?
It was.
And did you have a chance to review the videotape?
I have.
Was it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would like to play that interview. I don't know how cooperative y'all want to be. I can either hook it up to my computer or.
First, how's it, are you marking it?
It's defense exhibit 1, Judge. My understanding from the court reporter, I have to put it on a hard drive, so I'll do that. Mark it as defense exhibit 1.
What's the state has an objection? Hang on. All right, defendants 1 is admitted. And if you need access on your side, you need to switch to computer. Yes. You need to switch it to you?
It sounds like I do, Judge.
Okay.
I will hook it up to momentarily.
Let me know when you have it on your screen. I've blacked out the other screens in case you've got something else on there. You guys okay?
we do want to point out, obviously, this interview is going to have Jenny's face in it. So I think maybe we need to proceed.
So you're not with WSB, right? You're A&F. So WSB said they had basically a kill switch to not record what's on the TV. Are you familiar with that? Okay. Because the interview has the face of a minor here, we will make sure the kill switch is activated so that you're not recording the images that will be on the screen. You can have audio, but no video, same for any other media. Recording or photographing the images of the minor for broadcasting or dissemination.
I believe we're ready.
All right. So I'm gonna, you want me to go live for the TV?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Wait, now it's on my end, it appears ready.
So.
You plugged into a computer over there, is that right?
Yes, sir. Do you guys just hook up the HDMI?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you all ready to
Yeah.
go ahead and take a restroom break.
Sorry. Let me see.
How are you?
Stuck over there about here.
you tell me all about something from like the very beginning to the very end. You know what I mean? So tell me, like, what's one of your favorite things to do? What's something that you really enjoy? I like listening to music. You like listening to music. So if I were to say, like, Jenny, when you listen to music, what's the very first thing you do? And tell me all about how you listen to music. Well, first thing I do is just pull up a song that I like, and then I just either do something while I listen to it or just listen to it. And when you say that you pull up a song, how do you do that? I just go on like YouTube or Spotify. And what do you use to pull up the song? Just search. Okay. And what do you search on? Like YouTube and stuff. Okay. See, and then I'm gonna say, that was a silly question. I can do a better job. Do you look up Spotify and stuff? Do you look up on a phone, on a tablet, on a computer, or something? On a phone? And tell me about the phone that you use to look it up on. Okay. And whose phone is that? Your phone. And so I might ask questions like that. So like, it might sound like I'm asking all sorts of stuff that maybe I should know or things like that. But it's important to me that you know that I'm going to get little bits of information before I meet with people, because it's important to me that I get the information from the actual person, okay? So sometimes I'll ask questions that people will think I'm really dumb, and I should probably already know the answer to that. But I'm not asking because I'm trying to get like in your business or because I'm going to think anything bad or different. I just like to get the information from the person who has seen or heard or experienced something. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, Jenny, tell me a little bit about like who you live with. My dad and my two brothers. Okay. So you told me dad's name is Colby. Did I get that right? Mm-hmm. And like I said, if I did something wrong today, please tell me that I got it wrong, okay? You know, it's not a problem. You can correct me for anything that I get wrong, okay? And so dad is Coley, and you said your two brothers. What are their names? My older brother's name is Colt, and my younger brother's name is Colt. Okay. And so you said your older brother is Colt. How old is Colt? 14. And then your younger brother is Colby. How old is he? Okay. And so, and where do you guys live at? We live, we don't like living in a neighborhood. Okay. Do you know like what the name of that road is? Yeah. Harrisonville Road. And so you guys live there. And tell me some stuff about Dad. Like, tell me about that. What's he like? What are things we like about Dad? Things like that. He's really like happy and energetic and like confident and stuff. Okay. And are there things about Dad that like you don't like or you wish were a little bit different? Not really. And then tell me about Colt. What's he like? He's like kind of like squishy sometimes. Okay. Sometimes he can be annoying and then he can chill. And then sometimes he can just be like really closed off. Okay. And so when he's happy and chill, what's it sound like? Usually it's just playing games with me and like, you know, not being bored and stuff. When you guys play games, what kind of games do you play? Just like Minecraft and stuff. Okay, so like video game type stuff? Okay. And when you play Minecraft, is that on like how do y'all play Minecraft? He uses his phone. I use my PlayStation, I use it, he uses his phone. Okay. And so like do y'all play like sometimes when you play Minecraft, like you only talk to people like you know on there, and then other times when you play Minecraft, you can play with people from all over the world. How do you guys do it? We like he made like a server for us. Okay. Like we can like play together, even though we're on different platforms. Okay. Well that sounds smart. Do you know how to make servers and stuff? No, how did you learn how to do that? There's probably somewhere like settings or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. So he made a server on his PC, did you say? And then you guys can play together through that. Is there other stuff that you guys can do, like with the servers and stuff like that? We just build stuff. That's like kind of all the things. Okay. Now when you say build stuff, tell me what that means. Like structures, like playing the game. Like in Minecraft, you build stuff. Got it. Thank you for helping me understand that. And so, but then you said sometimes he can be switchy. And so sometimes he's happy and chill, and other times he's closed off. Help me understand what that looks like.
Like, when he's like closed off, he's usually like always in his room and not really talking much.
Okay.
And then sometimes he can be like really like annoying, like pestering.
Okay. When you guys play like Minecraft together, where do you play that at?
In our house. And separate.
Okay, so you guys aren't even in the same room. Where do you play from? You play from your room, and where does he play from? His room. And then you said, but when he's like closed off, he stays in his room. Tell me what that's like.
Well, like, we can still like go in and like talk to him and stuff. He just like, usually like just stays in and like talk much.
Okay. You can still go in there, he just sounds like maybe he doesn't respond like he normally would. Does that sound right?
Well, he responds like the same, but it's just like kind of like brief.
Okay, thank you. And Jenny, I might ask you some more about that in a little bit, but I want to learn more about the rest of your family too, okay? And so tell me about Coley. What's Coley like?
He's kind of the same as my dad. He's been like getting really happy all the time.
Okay.
But sometimes he doesn't really understand what's really like going on around him and stuff.
Help me understand. Can you give me some examples of that?
Like, he's like young, obviously, and so like with like major stuff that kind of happens, he just like doesn't really pay attention to it.
Okay. Are there some examples of stuff that has happened that have been like major things that he doesn't like kind of get what's going on?
Kind of like moving houses and stuff.
Okay. Tell me about moving houses.
We've been to like a lot of houses, just like switching back and forth, and like now we're kind of like settled into a place.
Okay. Help me understand how come you switched back, you said, between a lot of houses. Can you tell me about that?
Sometimes it's like with financial struggles, yeah, it's just like with the community and stuff.
Okay. So when you switch back and forth between houses, is it always the same people that live in the houses?
Sometimes my mom comes and lives with us, but most of the time, like now she can.
Okay. What is mom's name?
Marcy.
But you said right now mom doesn't live with you guys? Okay. Do you still talk to mom and see mom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where does mom live at?
She kind of like is between my house and my grandma's house.
Okay. And when you say your house, see, this is my right stuff down. I already forgot what road you said you lived on. Can you tell me that again? Harrison Mill. When you say that mom lives between your house and grandma's house?
No, she's like switches back and forth.
Okay.
Like she lives on the house and she goes to the next one.
Okay, so does she ever live in the Harrison Mill house? Okay. And when was the last time that mom lived with you?
Like, probably or just like both.
Both. Okay, both.
Well, she was out here like a month or two ago.
Okay. And when she was up here like a month or two ago, did she stay like in the house with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
And where does she stay in the house when she's there?
Usually it's in my bedroom.
Okay. And then when she doesn't stay there, where does she go?
She usually like at the house or like in a different part of the house.
Like when she's not living at the house where you're at, where will she live?
She usually lives at my grandma's house.
Okay. And where's grandma's house at? In Fitzgerald? Okay. And so, when mom was here a month or two ago, how long did she live with you then?
Like a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks? And how would you describe, like, how is it like when mom and dad and all of you guys lived together? Was it like in the house?
It was pretty like rusty out because everyone like in a really big house. But it was pretty like a fun time, I guess.
Okay. I think I sometimes when I talk to boys and girls and they talk about like different people moving in and out of the house, that sometimes it can be good and then sometimes it makes people not get along or have troubles and stuff like that. Does that ever happen in your house? Sometimes. Can you tell me about that?
Like if my mom, she's kind of the same Like, sometimes she can be kind of like annoying and pestering.
Okay. And when you say like annoying and pestering, that can mean a lot of different things. Can you tell me about what that looks like when they're being annoying or pestering?
Usually just like being like overbearing and not like listening to what you tell them to.
Okay. Jenny, did people ever, in your house, do they ever like get in fights? And sometimes when you talk to boys and girls about fights, it can be fights with their words, it can be fights with like hands where they get hit or kicked or punches or choked. It can be where people fight, but like they don't talk at all, like they just stay silent. Those, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways that can look. Do people in your house ever fight?
Like most of the time it's just like arguments and stuff.
Okay.
Sometimes it can get physical.
Okay. And when people have arguments, who has the arguments in your house?
So it's like with my dad and my brother and my mom and my brother.
Okay. And which brother? Is it different brothers or Colt? It's always Colt. Can you give me some examples of fights or arguments that have happened between Dad and Colt?
It's usually when he's like in one of those moods and he like tries to instigate stuff.
And who tries to instigate Colt? And what are some things that Colt will do to instigate that thing?
Like he like doesn't please my dad, I'm always like in his room and like being like mean and stuff.
And can you help me understand like maybe some examples of times that you've seen Colt be mean, like what he's saying or doing, things that you may have seen or heard?
He's usually just saying how like, you know, like, his dad is a bit short of himself and how he like hates his dad and stuff.
Okay. And what kind of things does Colt mean when he says like his life is a struggle?
In the past he says like, multiple schools that he's mentioned he's in trouble with that.
Okay. And have you ever seen people bullying Colt?
No, but I've heard about that.
Okay. And what are the things that you've heard?
He had to be transferred out of the school because he was like getting bullied by this group of like people. My dad tried to talk to the school, but they didn't let him do anything.
Okay. Do you know what school that was?
It's the one I'm going to.
Okay. And so, he had been bullied there and Dad tried to talk to them, but it didn't feel like anybody did anything. Did I get that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there other examples that Colt has given of his life being a struggle?
Like sometimes when he's like really frustrated about stuff, he usually just like gets like angry and stuff, and like does kind of stuff.
You said that he yelled out that he, and please correct me if I get this wrong, did he yelled out that he hates your dad or his dad? Did I get that right? Has he ever yelled out any other things to them?
No, because when they argue, I usually just go around and kind of have an interest.
So he does yell other things, you just remove yourself from the situation so you don't know what those things were. Has Colt, when he's upset, has he ever threatened to like hurt Dad or do anything like that?
Sometimes.
Can you tell me about that?
Like I don't really know what I say.
And I'm not trying to comment, it's important to me to really understand, I know I'm asking a lot of really hard questions, okay? And it's important to me that you know that I know that I'm asking questions about your family, okay? And I'm not here to place judgment on you or your brothers, either one of them, or your mom or your dad, okay? I just want to understand. And so I have to ask a lot of questions so that it helps me understand. And because you live there, I can understand it better when I talk to you, okay? But I want you to know it's not because I'm trying to judge them or make me think different about you or your family or anything like that, okay? But I do know that I'm asking some really hard questions, okay? And I do have Kleenex, okay? And it is absolutely okay in this room if you can say any words that you want to say. There's no words that are not allowed or anything in here. If you get frustrated or sad or anything like that, that's okay, okay? It won't make me think different, and I promise I can handle it, okay? So I just want you to know I understand that I'm asking tough questions, okay? But you were saying that there are times that Colt has threatened Dad. Can you tell me about some of those times?
Well, it's mostly times where stuff is like not like a normal argument, like a really big one that like escalates and stuff.
Okay. So it's not one of the just kind of like yelling arguments, but it's the ones that are more serious than that. Can you tell me about some of those?
And usually like start because he's like very like fascinated with like computer stuff.
Okay.
And it's usually like always asking for something with his computer and you know like that just says like no man to watch something, you know. He is like frustrated.
Okay. And then when he gets frustrated, what happens next?
He usually just does that and then he like goes to his room.
Okay. And the times that it's been where he's threatened Dad, what are some of the things that he's threatened Dad, like he's threatened to do to Dad?
He just says like brace stuff up like detailed things, so like he would like just hurt him or like he wants to fight me.
Okay. And so he said hurt, he said fight. Has he ever said like kill or I don't want you to be my dad or something like that?
No, if it usually gets to that, I usually like not around.
Okay. Have there been times, well, I understand because you said that there has, but I understand there are times where it has become physical. Can you tell me about the last time that it was physical?
It started when like Colt was doing something with like tasting and he was like instigating him. And like he kept on like kicking my dad and stuff and he said like come on fight me. And when he did like start like punching and stuff, my dad was like trying to like hold him down and he was doing college and stuff.
Okay. I know time is tricky, so like I don't expect you to be like, oh, it was this specific day, but when was the last time that you saw them get physical?
Like a month ago, maybe like a couple of weeks.
Okay, so today is not a great example because I think it's September, the beginning of September. Would it have been, September's been a couple of days. Would it have been September, or do you think it would have been August? Like, has it been since school has been in?
No.
So it was like before school started?
Yeah, it was before August.
Okay. And so they were kicking and stuff like that. And you said Dad would like hold them. Help me understand what like their bodies would look like when Dad would hold them.
Like, he would either like put Brandon's arms around him and like try to like they would stop. Or like if they were like fall down or something, he would like try to like stand on the floor and try to get his like contact.
Okay. And again, Jenny, I understand like you're in a tough spot, okay? But were there ever times that Dad would be so frustrated or so angry or whatever that he would start the stuff with Colt? No? Okay. Were there ever times that Dad had to like hit or kick or choke Colt during one of those physical things?
No, not that I see.
Okay. Were there ever a time that Colt, you told me about the time that he kicked, was there ever a time that Colt would like hit or choke or use something besides his hands with that?
Yeah, he like usually just like punches and stuff, and then when he like finally gets him to calm down, he usually tries to like throw something at him.
Okay. What, can you describe for me what you think the worst fight that you've seen between your dad and Colt would be?
I can't really recall. It's like there's like stages between like each fight.
Okay. So it's still like happen and then there'll be some time and something else will happen, does that sound right? Okay. And so they had a fight maybe a month ago, like before school started. And how did that end? What made that stop?
Like it like branched out and stuff, like it grew, and well, not like really bad, but like my dad was like probably like getting to college and all this stuff at that time. And usually when he calls us, he just goes into his room. And when he comes back out, he usually won't.
Have there been times that Dad and Coley have ever like fought? What about have there been times that you've seen like Dad and Mom fight?
They never get physical, they just have arguments.
Okay, but they'll argue. I understand you said that Colt was really obsessed with computers, or that's the word thing. And I know that he could build them, and that he would ask Dad for stuff, but Dad would say, like, we're going to watch money for some things. Were there things that Colt would do with his computer or on his computer that Dad was okay with?
He usually never tells my dad anything that he does with his computer. But he does know like like wash sheet about like his privacy and stuff.
Help me understand what that looks like.
So he usually just uses like burner accounts and stuff, and he usually just like delete accounts after like a week or two.
Okay. And is that stuff that like Colt would talk to you about that he would do?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about like some of those conversations.
Well, sometimes he like makes an account on like some Gmail, and like a week later he says, "Oh, I deleted my account."
Okay. And I would say just pretend like I'm real done with this stuff, but also I'm real done with this stuff. You may have to like really walk me through some of it, okay? And so the games, I know you guys would play Minecraft. Where else, like, did he have, I know he can make servers, and there's a lot of different, like, platforms and stuff that people would use those servers on. What were some of the platforms that Colt would use his account on?
He is like all over the place. Like most, like the things that I see are usually just like websites like Tumblr and YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
Okay, so Tumblr, YouTube, Twitch,
and like Pinterest.
What would he do, like, so most people use Pinterest, like, for, like, I'm gonna decorate, or I'm gonna have a recipe. What would Colt use it for?
He's never really shown me like things on his Pinterest, but I've seen like stuff on it. Like he didn't have any intention to like show me, but I like saw it.
Right. That's what little sisters do, right?
And he just makes boards with like inspiration and like vibes and stuff.
What were some things that would be like inspirational to Colt?
People that he looks up to and like
Okay. Who are some of the people that would be like on his Pinterest board?
Like past school shooters.
Okay. And how would you know that they were past school shooters? Okay. Can you help me understand how, so, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay? So please stop me if I say something wrong. But you said that those were people that he looked up to.
Yeah,
How did he become interested in them?
I think it's like something with like mental issues, because of all the moving around that we've done and all the bullying and stuff, it kind of like hurt him.
Okay. Did he talk to you about that?
No, he just like talks to me about, other stuff.
Tell me what he would talk to you, when he would talk to you about the school shooters. Tell me, like, what those conversations would look like.
He would honestly just talk to me about, like, them, and, like, he would act as if I, like, knew who they were and stuff. I mean, he told me, like, who they were and stuff, so I know, but he, like, acts as if I'm, like, interested.
And, like, other people were just, like, it was, did he act like it was just, like, common knowledge that everybody, like, normal, okay. And then, was that stuff that you talked to, like, your dad about? I understand, well, tell me about, I know you said you could go in Colt's room, like, even when he was feeling shut down, you could still go in there, he just might not like talk the same way and stuff. And he made the Pinterest board about, the people that he looked up to and stuff. Were there things in his room that were similar to that?
Yeah, he, printed out like photos of them and like articles and stuff and like posted on his wall.
Okay. And I know you would go in there, would Colt go in there sometimes?
He usually never goes in there.
And what about Dad?
Dad goes in there, but he like doesn't want that mind to it because he doesn't know what he's doing.
And so you talked to me about Pinterest. Tell me about his YouTube stuff.
He doesn't really post anything, he just watches.
Okay. Do you know what, and when you said he would change accounts, would he change his account names on those things regularly too, or just like in Minecraft and stuff like that?
I assume like controlling.
Okay. I think I know why he would change his stuff a lot, but why do you think it is? Because I don't know how to assume.
Because he was like very like scared. I wouldn't say like scared, but like kind of like nervous with like police and the FBI and stuff. He's really like kind of like eerie about it.
And when you say that, help me understand what that meant to him when he would be like eerie about it.
He would be like trying to avoid anything that is like connected to them, and he was trying to like, he was like, trying his best to hide himself.
Okay, did he think that people from like FBI stuff were like looking for him, or he just wanted to make sure that they didn't know?
I don't really know, but I would assume that he just didn't want to.
Okay. Do you know what some of the account names that like he would use were?
It's just usually a bunch of clusters and numbers and letters and stuff.
Okay, so nothing like any particular words or versions of words.
Sometimes he does, but like most of the time it's just like that.
When he would use words, what kind of words would he use?
Random words that he would
Okay. And what kind of stuff would he watch on YouTube?
He usually watches YouTubers, but he also watches like, court videos and like, like footage of like other people.
And what kind of other people's court stuff?
People who are stuff.
And then tell me a little bit about Twitch.
He just watches live streams on there.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry, I'm so many questions that are kind of repetitive, but would it be like live streams of like people they look up to or different stuff?
Just different stuff.
Okay. What about, did he ever use like Discord or what would he do on Discord?
He usually just talks to me on Discord.
Okay.
But Discord is one of those things where he like changes his username and stuff like regularly.
Okay. Do you know what his most recent Discord name is that he would talk to you with? Do you have, like, could you look it up? Like, do you have a way that you could from where, like, the last time you guys talked on it?
You don't think he got shut down or it's just like close to you?
Okay. You mentioned that he used, like, a PC. What else did he use? Like, did he have a cell phone or other devices?
He had a cell phone, he had an Xbox,
Okay, and he would communicate on all of those things with stuff?
He would usually just communicate on his computer and his phone.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, I know some people would use the Xbox to communicate. Did he ever do that or just use it not as much?
Yeah, we don't communicate on it because we have different consoles.
Okay. Would he use the Xbox to talk to other people just sometimes?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are there any other platforms besides like Discord or anything else that he would use?
Not that I know.
So we talked a good bit about how he looked up to some of these people and they were inspirational and he thought that it was normal, to have all of this information. Did he ever talk to other people in person besides you about those things?
He just talked to me about it.
What about like online? Were there other people that were like friends with him online that you, tell me about that.
He usually goes like, he like looks at stuff about, you know, people on like Reddit and stuff.
Okay.
And sometimes he like finds people and he like friends them on like Discord and stuff.
And they would talk about that same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've talked a good bit about like knowing that those were some people that he looked up to. Did he ever talk to you? Well, I guess, let me back up real quick. How much do you understand about how come we're here today?
I know.
Can you help me understand what you know before we kind of talk about the other stuff?
I knew that he was like the morning before it happened. I knew he was acting kind of like different.
So I know a lot happens, but sometimes when a lot of things happen, things like kind of feel even more tricky than normal. So today is Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. When you say the morning before, do you mean Wednesday morning or like a different morning?
Like yesterday.
Okay, so yesterday's morning, he was acting different. Can you tell me, like, what made you feel like he was acting different?
He was acting like, well, his bus comes before mine.
Okay.
So I was up, you know, on my console and stuff, and he was like talking to me, and he said like stuff about how I should make a video for you, like in memory or something. He never told me about like what he was like remembering about. Like he said like you should make a video of like memories and stuff.
Okay. And how come that seems weird or different?
Because he usually like never talks about that kind of stuff.
Okay. And so was there anything else that seemed different or off?
When he was like walking out the door and like got to the bus, his book bag was like open and he had this like piece of paper, like this big one. He said he had a project that he was turning in, it was like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And so tell me about like what kind of book bag does he have?
He has a change for it.
Okay. And do you know what like color or whatever it was? It was black. And so you said that the top of the gym sport was open?
Yeah, it was like.
And that there was, what was sticking out of it?
Like a big piece of paper, like used for projects and stuff.
Okay. Do you know what color the paper was? It was white. And you tell me that it was like a circle?
Yeah, it was like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And was it like, so sometimes, you know, when we see like paper at a wrapped in a circle, it can be wrapped like this, and it's still open at the top. Was it like that, or was it like closed up or something?
It was open.
So, was it like this?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything sticking out of the top?
Not that I could see.
Okay.
Like the lights were there.
Okay. And that was normal or not normal for him?
That wasn't good.
Okay. But he said that it was a project. Did he tell you anything else about the project?
No, but I went out of my room and when I saw him, I walked out the door to like ask him about it, so like, 'cause I wanted to see it, but I was already up with him.
Okay. And then did you talk to him or see him or text him or anything else after he walked out the door?
No.
Have you heard anything from him since he walked out that door yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And then I know you said that he would talk to you sometimes about stuff. And I know sometimes when we talk to people and we don't know things that may happen later. But then when we look back on stuff, we feel like, well, now I can see maybe what they were talking about or what, does that make sense? Yeah. Now that it's today, we know kind of everything that happened. Can you look back? Are there ever times that he talked about doing what happened yesterday or wrote about yesterday or planned about yesterday that you can think back on now?
Like before, he just talked normally. Like, I mean, I don't like go through my kids' like books or anything, so I don't know if he like planned it or just talked about it.
Okay. But there was nothing else that, like, kind of looking back now where you're like, I wonder if that's what he was talking about, or I saw something, a picture or a text or a notebook or something, and I wonder if that's what that was about, is there anything like that?
When we would text with each other, we usually like send like images of the people he looked up to and stuff, and like we text memes about it.
Okay. And were they memes where it was like, they shouldn't have done that, or memes where like, he thinks they should have done it, or something different?
I don't really know how to pinpoint like everything, I mean, it's not really specific.
Okay. And I understand that you say like dad would go in the room and dad would see all of the same pictures that you saw, that you don't know, like Colt and dad like talked about those things.
So I know they did.
Okay. But is there any time that dad has ever been worried about Colt's behaviors or about him liking those people?
He doesn't know who the people were until he was
Okay.
But like my brother, he wasn't necessarily talking about that stuff around him.
Were there ever times that, like, Colt was around guns or was not allowed to be around guns or something like that?
He was allowed to be around guns because my dad and him, we usually went to the shooting range sometimes.
Okay.
But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like get like a gun safe in the house.
Okay, so is there a gun safe in the house? Yeah. When was the last, like, how often was shooting something that dad and Colt like to do together?
Well, like it was like every weekend or anything, it was like every now and then.
Okay, but was that like, you know, like sometimes with our parents, like we have certain things that are like our thing, you know what I mean? Like those are
kind of like their thing,
that was their thing they like to do together. And when they would go shoot, like, I heard you say the range, like where would they go shoot at?
I don't really know the location, but I'm sure my dad does.
Okay. Did you ever go when they would do that?
I went
You went once. And then they went more than, like they went sometimes that you didn't go, is that right? Okay. Do you know when the last time they went was?
It definitely wasn't this month or in August or something.
Okay, so it was, I don't want you to guess, so if you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know. But to your knowledge, did they go like during the summer then, some?
Yeah, I think so. And like, if it were like during like the school month or something, they were just going on the weekends.
Okay, okay. What kind of guns did Colt like and your dad like to shoot together?
I don't really know like the specific names of the guns. Okay. I know they're like big.
Like there's a long guns or like handguns?
No long.
Okay. And did Colt like have guns that like, so sometimes, and like I said, you said he's 14, so it's not like he's a little kid, you know. Would he be allowed to keep guns in his room and stuff like that?
Yeah, he usually keeps them in his closet or they clean up in the corner.
Okay. And that was okay with that, like Dad knew that he had them there and that was okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there ever a time that Dad was like, no, Colt, you can't have the guns?
Most of the time when he gets like mad and stuff, he never usually like grabs the guns or anything.
Okay.
Like he'll just like keep them like up, like even if he's like really mad and wants to start a fight.
Okay. And has there ever been a time that Dad, like, would have conversations with, like, you or Coley about Colt?
Like, privately, like, yeah.
Okay, tell me about some of those conversations.
We, like, talked about how we were concerned with his, like, behavior and stuff.
Okay. When was the last time that you and Dad had, like, a private conversation about being worried about him?
Like, probably, like, before or
okay. And where were you at when you had that conversation?
We usually just go to the phone or like either in my room or outside.
Okay. And help me understand what you guys talked about the last time before this happened.
So we talked about how he has probably anger issues and how we were going to help him get a therapist or counseling.
Did anybody ever get him a therapist or counseling?
They were close, but they were like,
Okay. You told me about how Colt would be like, sometimes would fight with Dad. Did Colt ever, like fight with you or Coley? No? Were there ever times where like he would be rougher with you guys though than like you wish he would have been?
yeah, like sometimes, well, he's not really rough with my little brother, he's just like cousins and stuff. But with me, when he gets like mad and stuff, I usually just lock my door.
Okay.
And he usually just like thanks on me and stuff.
Okay. And so sometimes like people talk to me about like it started off okay, but then like it got taken too far.
Yeah.
Were there times where like that would happen with how he would treat you?
Well, like maybe when it like gets too far, it usually ends with like him breaking something or like putting a hole in my doors.
Okay. How many times do you think he put a hole in? Like, I heard you do the door, you ever put a hole in the wall?
Yeah.
How many times do you think he put holes in something when he's really upset?
We always put like one hole in the wall, I think, and he put like 3 holes.
And were those all 3 happened at one time or different times? How come he would, so it seems like you said that you would lock the door, and then all 3 times were those times he was trying to get into your room that he put the holes in it? What would he be so upset about?
Like sometimes we just have like petty arguments about like games and stuff, and it just like gets bigger than it should be.
Right.
And then like, and that's basically it. So like sometimes we have like actual arguments about stuff, and it
Was there ever a time that like he was like putting a hole in the door or whatever that you were afraid and it made you feel uncomfortable or afraid? Can you tell me about that?
Well, I usually just like he's like banging on the door or something, just like climbing on the edge or something. And I usually just put my earbuds in so I can tune it out.
Okay. And then has there ever been a time that you shut and locked the door that he was able to get in?
Mm-hmm. Not that I know of. I mean, he tries to take the lock with like a little knife, but he doesn't.
Okay. Has there ever been a time, because I know we talked about, I know we have the guns, the guns that you pull out that have those. Did anyone know he had like the knife?
Oh, yeah. Everyone usually knows he has a pocket knife.
Okay. And we talked about like him and Dad would get into a fight, and sometimes he would try to get in fights with you. Did he ever try to fight Mom?
Usually when stuff like that happens, they just like both of them like
and you said that, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Dad has talked to you about being like nervous or whatever it was, and that maybe he needed a counselor. How many times do you think you guys had conversations where Dad said that he was either worried about Colt or that he was, like, let me ask that 2 parts. How many times do you think you and Dad talked about being nervous about Colt?
It's usually like most of the time like after arguments and stuff.
Okay. And so it sounds like when you say it's usually that it was multiple times that happened. How many times did Dad talk about that Colt needed a counselor?
At first, like when they first started like arguments like that, he didn't really talk about it, but then he like.
And I know you said the last time you and Dad talked about him being worried was right before this happened. What had happened then that made you guys talk about it?
It wasn't like the day like right before it. It was like a couple weeks back.
Okay. Was there something that happened that made you and Dad talk about it?
It was just like everything.
Okay. Who had the hard argument. And has Dad talked about like trying to get a counselor for him one time or more than one time? More than one time. I know you said that Colt used to go to the school you're at now. When he was going to that school, did Dad ever talk about him needing a counselor?
No, because I like came up to live with him like the day after he like left the school.
Okay.
But like when he's at school, he's usually just like not quiet.
Okay. Was there anything else when you and Dad talked that Dad talked about that he thought like maybe getting a counselor would help or things like that? Were there other like kind of steps or ideas that Dad had that might be able to help Colt?
He just was really just trying to get him on some medication, kind of relax.
Okay. Was he able to get a doctor appointment for him? How many times did Dad talk about the medication? One time or more than one time?
More than one time.
Okay. When Colt would talk to you about looking up to the people that he looked up to, was there ever a time where like you or anyone else would tell him like not to look up to them or something like that?
I tried to be like discreet about it, like saying like, oh, hey, those are kind of people I wouldn't really like invest in that kind of stuff. But I usually like keep my distance. I don't really like anger.
And then how would he respond if you would try to say those things?
He would just laugh it off. I would like just ignore it.
Did Dad ever tell him like not to have to do those things?
He never did.
And then, can you help me understand like what yesterday was like for you up until like today? Because I imagine that there's been a lot of talks and a lot of stuff like that. Can you kind of help me understand what's been talked about and like kind of what all you've been a part of?
My dad, when he was talking about it, he said that he was shocked, and like kind of like angry that he did this. But honestly, in like my perspective, I kind of saw it coming.
Okay. Help me understand the things that you saw that made you say like I could have seen it coming.
When he left, on the left, opened the bag, like weird attitude he was acting like, and like when he went to get on the bus and like left the house, I went into his room and I didn't see his go to.
Okay. Did Dad see him take his book bag and stuff to school?
No, he was before though.
Okay. And so, are there things like, in hindsight, right, like when we look back, are there ways that you think like Dad or any of the teachers or anybody could have also seen this coming?
I felt like not like immediately, but like I felt the school could notice something about, something like this happening.
Okay. What kinds of things do you think they could have done?
Like, I was surprised when like he was able to get on the bus because I would have thought when the bus driver would have like seen, his cousin because his book bag was something.
What about Dad? What do you think Dad could have seen?
He is kind of like oblivious to every idolizing people and like thinking about his coming up, but they never talked about it.
Sam, that's a really hard question, okay? And I know, like, nothing that happened yesterday is something that you did, okay? And so I want you to know that. But did you know that that was a gun in his book bag that he left yesterday?
I felt like it was here, but I didn't see it.
And how did he get that? Was that a gun that, like, how did he get the gun that he had yesterday?
My dad bought it for him.
Okay. When did Dad buy that gun for him?
I don't know.
Has it been since you lived there that Dad, was it like a gift for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and has it been since you've lived there that I've given to him as a gift? And, how has Dad and Lee been since this all happened?
He's still kind of confused about what's all happening.
Okay.
My dad, he's been kind of struggling and he's been really strong about it, but he said that he couldn't believe he did this kind of thing.
Okay.
And that he was going to
Okay, and what about, have you talked to Mom any since all this happened?
Yeah, my grandma too.
Okay, tell me about what are they saying, or how are they feeling?
They didn't really talk to me about it, because they were feeling all the movements and stuff.
Okay.
But I could tell that they were sad.
Okay. And so a lot of times when I talk to people about stuff that happens in their house, we talk about fights, like you and I have talked about. But then we also, you mentioned that Dad had talked about getting medication for Colt. So one of the other things that I talk to people about is drugs, alcohol, and medication stuff. Do you know when I say those things, what those things mean to you? Did anyone in your house ever drink alcohol?
My
Mom would. And what kind of alcohol does Mom drink?
My dad usually doesn't like alcohol in the house, but she would usually drink whiskey and beers and stuff.
Okay. And then when I say drugs, what does drugs mean to you? Okay. And so did anyone in your house ever use drugs or take drugs?
My mom did.
Your mom did? Okay. What would Mom do?
She usually, as far as I know about it, she would usually just
Okay. And is that a thing that you ever saw Mom do, or you just knew that that was the thing that was happening?
I knew it was happening, and I knew 100%, but I didn't see her ever actually do it.
And what would be the things that would make you know 100%?
She would have small scabs on her arms and legs and face and stuff.
Okay. And so you told me with the drugs are illegal substances, but sometimes people take medicine too, from a doctor. But it can also, sometimes people take drugs that they're supposed to take, but other times people can take too much. Does that make sense? Is there anyone in your house that ever takes medicine?
Yeah, my mom does.
Mom does? What kind of medicine does Mom take? Do you know?
She, lately she's been using sleep medicine.
Okay.
But she was taking too much of it. She was actually drowning and stuff.
Okay, so it would change how Mom acted. Did Dad ever take anything that would change how he acted? Tell me about the time before.
When I was still a kid, my little brother's age, he would usually just drink.
Okay. When's the last time that you've seen Dad drink?
Ever since I was
When you were younger. And then did Dad ever take any medicine or anything that would make him act different?
No, the medicine that he would take was just prescribed painkillers like that.
Okay, did something happen to Dad's back?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you know, and I'm not sure you know exactly, but did you know about when, or how old you were when Dad broke his back?
I was like 4 or 5.
So you were young. Does Dad still take the medicine for his back?
Yeah.
Jenny, I asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that I haven't asked you yet that you think I need to know about that help understand what happened and understand your family and things like that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step out of the room and kind of give you a minute to see if there's anything that you do want to ask me, or if there's any other questions or things that you think I should know. And I'm going to take a minute because we talked about a lot of stuff, and I'm going to see if I have any other questions for you. And so I'm just going to step out for just a couple minutes, okay? While I'm gone, could you draw, and I'm not an artist, so I don't expect you could be a beautiful artist of it. Could you draw for me, like yesterday, the stuff that Colt left with? Like, I know you described for me his book bag and the paper. Did he have anything else with him when he left?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can you draw for me the book bag and what all of that looked like when you left the house yesterday?
Is everyone okay if I fast forward?
Yes, please. Okay.
Tell me what you're doing. Okay. Okay. And so, sorry, is it okay if I'm, what is this part?
This is a transport book.
The J for the transport. And did I get this right? You said that the front pocket part,
Like the big picture.
the big one, so the big part was open and this was it flashed forward. And then what's this? The rolled up paper. And then what is this? Okay, so like the little loop part that's on it. Thank you so much. Is this on the back? Oh, that's just where you started. Did you think of any other questions from me?
Well, when it like first started, I was in gym.
Okay.
I've been working there. I had a like text from my mom.
Okay.
And she was saying how she was like concerned about Colt.
Okay. And so you and Colt don't go to the same school anymore, is that correct?
We are schools that are beside each other.
Okay. And so you got a text from mom when you were in gym. Do you remember what the text said?
It said how she was like concerned that he was going to do something like bad.
Okay.
I still have it.
Okay. I don't need to see that, but maybe some other people might, okay? And so did it say something bad or did it say what the bad thing was?
Just
Okay. Did you text her back or?
I told her, and I asked her if she had like, told my dad this. I didn't get a text back.
Okay. Did you ever find out that she did tell dad about it?
During my last thing, we were looking at our goals, and she said that she did.
She did tell dad? Okay. And so mom wasn't here, was she?
She was down in Fitzgerald.
She was in Fitzgerald, because she stayed here for a few weeks, but it's been a little bit now since that happened, is that right? Okay. And so, is there any other, thank you for sharing that with me. Is there anything else that you thought of, that you think I should know about? Are there any questions that you have so far? I have a couple more questions, but I want to make sure I got a few things right, okay? You told me that you and Colt would talk on Discord. You guys would chat there, but that he changed his username a good amount, and you might be able to see what his last one is, but also you might have shut it down. What was your username on Discord?
It was something random, but it's all I call it.
Can you just write it down for me? Like that's your username. Even if it's not spelled exactly the same or whatever, can you just write that down for me? Thank you. I want to make sure I got it right. Is it Micah_Belly? Yes. Thank you. And then I know you said you and Dad had talked about Colt maybe needing some medicine and stuff to help him. Did Colt ever talk about, or did you ever see Colt have, like besides being angry, was there any other stuff, like was he ever diagnosed with anything, or was there any like stuff that he thought was wrong with him, or something like that?
How did you diagnose with anything?
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about like feeling like something was wrong with him or anything like that? Okay. And then I understand that last night that there were some cops at your house, is that right? And that while they were there, that you and Dad and Coley stayed in the truck together, is that right? Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what you guys talked about while you were in the truck?
It was just explaining to me about, the situation and stuff, and how long it would take and stuff.
Okay. And when you say how long it would take?
Or the cops were searching around.
Okay. And I know that you said he was explaining it to you, but was Coley also there when that was happening?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't in the truck when we were talking about it, he was sitting on the tailgate.
Okay, thank you for helping me. So, I imagine there was a lot going on, just like a lot of feelings, a lot of, trying to understand, a lot of explaining. Can you kind of walk me through, what was the first thing Dad told you? And then kind of walk me through, the process of the stuff that we talked about.
When I got home, he basically told me how we couldn't go to the house. And he was, talking about how, what Colt did and stuff. And how I was going to take it outside and, talk to him.
Who did you have to talk to? Like Dad had to talk to other people? Okay. What words did Dad use to explain to you what Colt did yesterday? And again, I know Jimmy, I know this is hard, okay? I'm so sorry to have to ask hard questions, okay? How did he describe what happened yesterday? I know you would have used kind of normal day-to-day words, but can you help me understand how he described what happened?
He didn't really talk about the shooting at the school.
Okay.
He talked about how Colt was contemporary, with him, and how he was how he didn't know where he was at the moment.
Okay. And I understand, how did you first find out about the actual shooting?
We went in lockdown.
Okay. And what did you find out? Because what school are you at now?
He was
And so that's right there. Is that right behind?
It's on a hill, the high school's near the bottom.
Right. And so when the school went on lockdown, what did the school say?
They just said what they usually do. They didn't really say anything specific, how hard of stuff.
Okay. And then how did you know it was a shooting?
Because I just had that feeling, and I texted my mom and my dad and stuff, and I heard my other sister, and I was talking about it.
Okay. How did other students know?
I think they went on the news.
Did you go on the news too?
I tried, but I might study every day. I wasn't that strong.
Okay. And so what did Mom and Dad tell you when you were texting during lockdown?
I was explaining to them basically what was happening. My dad said he was coming to the school. So he was
Where did that work at? You told me that Dad that Colt got that gun as a gift, right? When he got it as a gift, did he get any other parts with it?
I think he got the gun itself as a gift, and over time he fine. you know, hard for.
What, and again, like, I know you said, like, you don't know all the names and times and stuff, and that's okay. But when we talk about, like, that he got other parts for it, do you know what he got for it?
Like, some better like groups and like players and stuff.
Okay. And was that a thing that, like, that he would buy for himself, or dad would buy, or mom would buy, or?
He was usually just asking her with mom, my dad,
Okay. And so, like, when he would ask grandma, would he ask her for money to get those things, or would he ask her to, like, buy a specific thing?
I think he like asked her like ordering.
Okay. What kind of stuff did grandma order for him?
She mostly ordered electronic stuff for him, but she did buy some good for him.
Okay. And when you say grandma, what is grandma's name? Is it mom? Debbie, is that mom's mom or dad's mom? Okay. And then what kind of stuff did dad buy? Like, would he give him money, or would dad buy the parts stuff?
He would buy the parts.
Do you know what kind of parts stuff dad bought?
Like things that you know, like clip onto the gun.
Okay.
Like upgraded stuff.
Okay. You talked about lasers, did I get that right? Who bought the lasers?
I think my dad did.
Okay. And you talked about stuff that it clips on the side. What would that be for?
I don't know, like gun expert, but I would think for like better like grip and like aiming.
Okay. And I talked about like a magazine. Do you know what that is for a gun? Do you know where Colt got the magazines for his gun?
His my dad.
Your dad got them. Do you know how many he had?
You know, he usually, if he ever showed me one, he would just have one.
One, okay. And what about, and again, you don't know your kids, but like bullets and stuff for it, do you know where he would get those?
I think he would like get it from like a sports place or like Amazon.
But, normally adults have to buy those, so would that be dad would buy the bullets, or grandma, or someone else?
My grandma, like all the ever all the thing that she ever like when kids for his gun was ammunition.
Okay.
But my dad ammunition.
Okay. And again, there's a lot that has happened in the last few days, I understand that. You told me about that morning that Colt acted different. What about like the night before? Has anything happened like the day before or the night before that seemed different or off or bad or anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Has there, I know you talked about like bullying and that was the thing that, you know, Colt had struggled with. Has anything like that happened recently, like at his new school?
Not that he told me, I asked him about it, but like from like past school that or like recently asked him about it.
Okay.
I asked him if he made any friends and stuff, but he usually just says no, and he lunch he goes to the library.
Okay. And you said that he rides the bus to school. Which bus did he ride?
I don't know.
And then, did he like talk to anybody on the bus or anything like that? They know. And so the bus picks you guys up like near your house.
Yeah.
And he leaves. How like what order does everybody leave your house?
My little brother leaves first, and my dad goes to work after he drops him off. Then Colt leaves.
Okay, so your little brother doesn't ride a bus, he rides with dad, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so was Colt like awake and getting ready and stuff when they left, or they left before he ever woke up?
I think he was awake when they left.
Okay. And then like on a normal morning, does dad like come and check on everybody, make sure everybody knows and moving and all that stuff before he leaves, or is that like y'all's job to no matter what, get yourself up, get ready and all that?
Usually, if I'm still asleep, he usually wakes me up and he like checks on everyone.
Okay. And so, did you see Dad check on, like, did Dad come check on you before you left or before he left yesterday?
Yeah, he woke me up the night before, but he left, I just said, I can't breathe it.
Okay. And then did he talk to Colt before he left yesterday?
I think he just woke him up.
Okay. And then when you first got up, like, got out of bed yesterday, where was Colt at?
He was asleep.
So was asleep, he just wasn't getting up? Okay, so you had got up and started getting ready before he did, but he slept just before you did, is that right?
I woke up early.
Okay. And when he talked to you about making the memory video, where were you at when he talked about that?
I was in my room.
Okay, so he had come in your room, is that right? And was he already like dressed and ready to go, or like that?
Yeah, I think he was ready to
Okay. And was that like right before he left to go get on the bus, or that was like he still did some other stuff before he left?
It was right before he got on the bus.
Did he already have like his book bag and everything when he came in and told you about the video?
No, I think it was in his room.
Okay. Is there anything else from yesterday morning that seemed different or whatever that we haven't talked about?
Mm-hmm.
And then the one last thing I want to ask you about is a lot of times when big things happen with people's families, sometimes there's rules about things that they want to like stay in the family and things that like we just talk about in the family. And then there's stuff that we can like talk about to anybody. With your family, are there any rules about what you can only talk about with the family?
We just try our best to like express our like truthfulness to each other. And we like support each other with things and stuff. And we try to like keep our private information with us and not spreading around.
Okay. And when it comes to the stuff with Colt, like the worries about Colt, and then what happened yesterday, is there anything that you guys are not supposed to talk about, like to other people?
Like, just like a normal, like, person or like
Either one.
Like just a random person, we probably won't talk about.
Okay, and are there any things that are like private that you're not supposed to talk to like police or anything about when it comes to this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
When you guys talked yesterday, like in the truck, were there any rules about like what you can talk about and can't talk about?
No, he was just explaining to me, like, briefly, and I was learning about what was happening, how long it was going to take and stuff.
Okay. And then a lot of times when things happen, people can be worried about other people being in trouble. Are you worried about anyone being in trouble?
I'm kind of worried about, like, my family, like, being in trouble somehow.
Okay, help me understand that.
Like, people thinking we're, like, bad people.
Okay. Do you think people think you're a bad person?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Like, with, like, it being everywhere on my family and stuff, I would be surprised.
Has anybody, like, said anything to you personally, like a text message or, like, online or anything like that?
You know, but they, like, texted my mom right now.
How do you know about that?
Because my mom told me.
What did mom say people had texted?
Yeah, she was just saying, like, how they were texting other things and crazy things.
Who was sending those things to her?
Just random people on like, Instagram and Facebook and stuff.
Are you worried about, just a little bit about mom, a little bit about you? Are you worried about Dad being in any trouble?
Not really.
Okay. And are you worried about Coley being in any trouble? Is there anything else that you are worried about or have questions about or anything? Do you know what, like, kind of next for you guys, like what your plans are for the rest of the day or anything?
We're going to try, you know, get through this, like, normally, like, one day at a time.
Well, Jenny, like I said, it is not lost on me that I asked you a lot of really hard questions. And so I want to thank you for being willing to talk to me today. and I'm grateful that I got a chance to meet you. And if you don't have any other questions for me, I can walk you back out to the front. So thank you. And I'm going to keep these two things so I can. I'll show you where. And by show you where, I mean I might also open wrong doors, but we'll figure it out together. How's that sound?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next thing is still one from your office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Maybe disappointed, I said go home, slightly early. We're gonna stay and work out some adventure things, hopefully to make tomorrow a little smoother. But no promises. Y'all enjoy your evening. Don't put up anything about the case or discuss it. All right, do y'all need a little break before we go through? Dawn says yes, so we'll take a break and then pick back up with the anything Gil wants to present.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.